Would everyone please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? City Attorney.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The next item on the agenda is discussion on budget amendments created by Finance Department ID-115-21.
And are you guys going to present from there, or are you coming to the middle? Yep, from here.
So I'd rather do it from here, only because
Right, sure.
we're set up over here and we can converse, and
Thank you.
it'll help with the communication for our part. And then if you have questions for some of the department heads during this, they can come and sit at the main table and answer the questions. Okay, so what we've given to you just an hour or so ago is a list of all the amendments that were submitted by the deadline, the 17th, that Katie and I have been working on formatting and building the amendments in accordance with the ordinance and the resolutions that we have for the budget process this year. Specifically for the purposes of these O1021 and R1421. And we also sent the copies of the amendments themselves, although these can be kind of complex to look at. So for today's presentation, we're going to work just from the list, unless you have questions about the form itself. What we've tried to do on these amendments this year is the total for the general fund and the subtotals that you see in the appendices. We haven't been changing those yet. We're going to wait till all of the changes are done on the 7th, and once all the amendments are considered, and we will break and go back through and adjust the subtotals at the end, because that was part of the confusion last year, is trying to update all the subtotals as we went. So these amendments will not impact the total general fund number that you see in the ordinance, which is just one number that's there in the first section. And they will not impact any of the subtotals and grand totals that you see in the appendices. So okay?
So how would you, what's the best way to proceed? Is it?
That was
do you
gonna be
need to
my
go
question.
through it, or
I don't mind answering questions as we go. They're all very different. And what I thought we'd do as we go through the amendments, we'd stop and let the person that introduced the amendment explain it and discuss it. But for these first few that have the mayor's name on it,
Yep.
we will talk about what they are for,
Okay.
because
Is that okay?
mainly it's things that we've caught that we need to change in the budget.
okay, is that okay with everyone? Alderman
Well,
had his hand up
I
first.
want to ask sort of today it's just to roll it out so we see what the amendments are. We're not going to be,
Right, no
it's a
voting.
work session, there's no legislative action, no nothing. And we do have because a lot of these touch departments, and I'd kind of like to know, because it's moving money
Yeah.
around or taking away, I would really like to hear from them about what this does potentially to them. So I'm hoping we're going to have a dialogue.
Is that right,
Okay.
Jody? Yep.
Yes, we're going to discuss them, talk about the issues, and have the departments give feedback as we go. And then we will consider them for voting on the 7th.
Okay, and Alderman Savage, is that okay? Same question?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right?
okay, keep going then, thank you.
Okay, well, I'll start on the list with amendment number 1. This is one that the administration has developed. We have a position that's in DPW, I think it was a traffic engineer, that we added in the budget last year, but they have not been able to fill it. And they just, after we had put the budget together and done the proposal, we found out that they didn't want to fill it as a traffic engineer because they were having a hard time finding somebody for the position. So the funding is in DPW, and at the same time, we didn't have funding in the planning and zoning budget for the HACA liaison. That was one of the commitments we made during the settlement of the lawsuit. So we have taken some of the funding from that position that they're not going to try to fill, and moving it to planning and zoning to cover the funding for the HACA liaison.
Alderman Annette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm very confused because on the cover sheet, there's no dollar amounts, but I
Okay.
can't really figure out, these dollars don't feel like they match up to me. It's hard to do flipping back and forth, but I will tell you that my constituents and City Manager Gerald can attest to this, want a traffic engineer. A lot of traffic studies, a lot of traffic actions are being delayed on the basis that we don't have a traffic engineer, so we can't do it. So I could not represent my constituents and agree to not funding a traffic engineer. I would much rather.
So, yeah,
get a
I will
traffic
allow
engineer.
others to speak to the need for a traffic engineer.
Yeah, for the last 2 years, I think it was 2 years ago that we got the traffic engineer added to the budget. We've advertised that position. We had one viable candidate that was qualified, and we were in the process of hiring him, and then he backed out and stayed in New Jersey. We haven't had any qualified traffic engineers apply for this position. So the thought is, in addition to what Director Dickinson mentioned, there's going to be $34,000 left over. The difference between the traffic engineer salary and the HACA liaison, so that $34,000 will be moved to contract services so that we can contract for a traffic engineer to do studies, some of the types of studies that you mentioned.
I like the sound of contracting because that sounds immediate, but $34,000 doesn't feel like it's enough money. I've got people that want to talk about putting stop signs on every intersection in Ward 8. Other people that want to talk about making every street one-way in various directions, which I think is going to make for Indianapolis 500 speedways. But all of these are held in forbearance because we don't have a traffic engineer. And I know that Lisa Greco has been trying to fill that void, personally, to be politically correct. But I don't think we can wait. I think that the traffic situations are growing more and more problematic, and to shift it away, and particularly, I mean, shifting it to HACA, not that we don't need HACA liaison, but I mean, this says really we're not going to be doing anything about looking at traffic problems. I see Alderwoman Tierney has all kinds of amendments for circles at Taylor Avenue and at Church Circle and so forth. Those smack to me of being hugely impactful, of needing traffic studies and analysis. And so, if we're making a pitch about what we want to do with these amendments, mine would be, don't make this amendment. If we need something for the housing authority, let's find it someplace else, but please, let's not take it away from traffic. After potholes and gunfires, traffic is what I hear all the time from my constituents, and maybe even more than potholes. So I have grave concerns about this amendment.
So I'm gonna. So we have tried for 2 years to hire someone. So do you think the reason we haven't been able to hire traffic engineers is because we're not offering enough money, or there's not enough qualified people out there?
I think it's probably more the latter than the former. I think there's qualified traffic engineers out there, but they're just not looking to jump to a different job. They're working for consultants. I don't think that they make that much more than they would for the city, but we just haven't had any interest.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go through. I saw Alderman Gay, then Alderman Finlayson's hand up. Anybody else? Hand up. So, and then Alderman Savage. Alderman Gay?
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to co-sponsor this. And I'm thankful for the administration, obviously, for introducing this. It was a part of the previous lawsuit that we had. And so I'm grateful for this because we don't have a system right now. I don't know about the traffic concerns in Ward 8. I'm sure they're significant, but people are apparently, allegedly dying because of some of the issues and conditions of the housing authority in the city of Annapolis. And so to put a traffic signal or issues like that over top of this, I think this trumps it, and it's mandated by a federal judge. So I look forward to this, and I think it will be extremely helpful. As of now, and as you've all seen via email, the current process, whenever there's an issue, is that they reach out to the alderperson or a community ambassador. We send an email to David, catching him up on whatever the detail is, and then he dishes it out to planning and zoning for inspection. And so that's much too difficult for a person to go to when they're having crises in their home. So I think the liaison would be a significant step forward into the communications that we have with HACA and how we assist those families. I do have concerns, obviously, with it being under planning and zoning, but that's with the entire office, with the housing and development office. I think it could be on its own, in particular with more staff, but I appreciate the administration for introducing this.
Thank you, Alderman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me first apologize that I am not there in person. Was not aware, and this wasn't on my schedule when I planned my trip to come take care of my dad. Anyway, I am looking, and this is a process question, and
Alderman Finlayson, sorry.
Yes.
Just going to see if we can do something about your robot voice. So there's some problem with the audio.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but it's quite weird.
Well, maybe
okay.
you can decipher my question. It's simply about where the information is located. We receive. Can you understand what I'm saying?
I mean, we can hear you, and maybe Julian can be working on it as you speak. Yep. Keep going, Alderman Finlayson.
Well,
Yes, I am trying to find. I am looking at the documents that Jacqueline sent us an hour ago, and I am trying to find which is that the very first amendment, because it's not in any order. Actually, I thought I was in order, and the first one is 8. So are we going by number, or how are we organized today?
Alderwoman Finlayson, one of those documents that's on the email is a listing on an Excel schedule. Right? No, did you not email that? Oh, physical copies? Okay. So we are going to send you through email the listing because we only provided hard copies of that today, and we did not know you weren't going to be here. So
Okay.
Katie is going to email you the listing that has these amendments in order, and you can follow down the listing as we go.
Okay, so what is the number of the amendment that's being discussed now?
Number 1, and if you look at the email and you look at the attachments and you can see the titles of the attachment, the amendment number is on the title of the attachment. It should be the first thing in the title. So if you scan through those and you can see number 1, you should open that.
I see amendment number 1.
Okay, open that.
I have it up on my screen, and it's to substitute $4.123.8 million. Is that the one you're talking about? Because that's what.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one we're talking about.
Okay. Where is the discussion about the traffic engineer? Because I'm not seeing that either.
So once you have the list in front of you, which Katie has sent to
Okay.
you, you can open that, and there's a column on that spreadsheet that has the explanation, and on the italics description on the bottom of each amendment, you'll see a description of what the amendment is doing. So you can follow along with that as well.
Okay. I have the listing. Thank you, Katie.
Okay, was that your only
Okay.
question?
Yes,
Go
that's
ahead.
my only question. Thank you.
Can I, oh,
Mr. City Attorney? Yeah.
Yes, just wanted to correct the record with all due respect to the councilman's statement about the city of Annapolis being responsible for injuries or to citizens of residents of Haka. It has not been proven in court that the city of Annapolis is responsible for any injuries to the residents of Haka.
Thank you. Thank you. Jody?
I just wanted to clarify something earlier that Alderman Arnett asked about the amounts that are shown on the schedule and how it was hard to follow. The reason there's nothing in that column for amendment number 1 is we're taking the amount out of one department and putting it in another. So the net impact on the general fund is 0. So that's why there's nothing in that column. But if you want to see the dollar amounts that are moving, you can look at the amendment itself and read the italics, and it's a description of how much is moving and what the purpose is. And you're right, $101,000 is not the total that we had for the traffic engineer. We left the $34,000 in DPW for that other purpose that the city manager described.
So you have to look at Schedule A line numbers to trace all of these changes.
For now, we didn't want to make the listing too complex because we could get really detailed with what department it's impacting, that kind of thing. So if we need to spread that, when we start on the 7th, we'll have more detailed schedules that will lay this out.
All I can say is I'm glad we're doing this today instead of next Monday. Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be doing it next Monday as well. But we can go page by page, so, so Alderman Savage.
First of all, I'm certainly open to this amendment. I'm glad that money was taken from one position, vacant position, moved over. I'm quite wary of adding or converting any positions, but this, at least you found the money somewhere, so it's no net increase. But my question has to do with, can somebody explain what the role of this HACA liaison position would be?
Who would be best for that? Sally, come forward. Thank you. Director Nash. Thank
I
you.
wanted to add, Alderman Savage, that's what we used to call budget serendipity, when we find money that we can use to cover something else that's the problem.
I want budget serendipity. Good afternoon, Sally Nash, Planning and Zoning. So we're actually envisioning this position to be a little bit broader than just HACA liaison. We presented this to you as a low-income housing position at my budget hearing for Planning and Zoning, and I think there was interest among City Council of renaming it and having it be a position that looked more broadly at finding affordable housing and helping people get into affordable housing, so helping homeownership opportunities, but also serving as a HACA liaison, supporting Teresa Wellman, and doing a few other duties along those lines. So we intend to call it something along that line of affordability housing coordinator, and this position would be in the new division, which is the combination of economic and community development. The job position is new, so it would need to go to the Civil Service Board to be approved.
Where did you say this would be located?
In the new division, which is the combination of economic development and community development.
Is this
in
one
planning
that
and
was
zoning.
just, is this the community services division?
No. Well, this is in planning and zoning. We're taking economic development and community development. So Steve Rice and Hope and Teresa Wellman, we're combining that into one division so they can work together more synergistically. And then
Okay.
this position would be part of that new division. So planning and zoning would go from 6 divisions to 5 divisions.
Okay.
Alderman Annette, and then Alderman Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Dr. Nash, you actually did explain this to us in your PowerPoint, and I'm very favorably inclined to do this. I'd like to find the money from someplace other than traffic. So the second part of this, I think, makes a great deal of sense, and I can support that. I just would like to find the money from elsewhere. So putting my marker down on that. But in terms of your organization, it made sense when you presented it to the Budget Committee, and I certainly do support that.
Thank you, Alderman Tierney, then Alderman Gay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in terms of the traffic engineer, I gave it the old college try about, 2 years ago. So it's unfortunate. My question is directed to the city attorney. Would it be fair to say that this new position as a liaison to HACA, would it be helpful in implementing the requirements of the consent decree?
Yes, I think it would be helpful.
Thank you, sir.
We imagine that would be one of their primary tasks, as well as helping on the Choice Neighborhood Grant that we're applying for.
Alderman Gay.
Thanks. Director, could you explain your reasoning as to combining the economic development and the housing portion of those two divisions? What do you think would be the pros of that? And I'll first let you, yeah.
Okay, this was part of the consent decree proposed through that process, and our idea was to help meld the idea of housing affordability and how important that is to the economy of people being able to afford to live in Annapolis where they work, and kind of marry that closer to economic development. So those groups are really working closely together.
So then would you then be changing job descriptions? Because as of what I've seen thus far, through communication, through engagement with the Office of Economic Development, their primary focus is downtown and small businesses and, assisting in that realm. So how does that translate? I'm sure Stephen and Hope have expertise in this, but how do you envision that translating into housing assistance?
Right. Well, Steve Rice also has a lot of experience in community revitalization, and so I think it would be not happen overnight. But my vision for that division would be one where gradually over time, and with different people changing different roles, it would become more of a community revitalization as big picture, and then we would still work with Hope's position to support small minority businesses.
I kind of with Ross now. Now we need to find more money for more positions for that office then, because I'm confused as to how it would assist the resident. That's the primary goal. I'm not sure how that, but I'd be willing to talk with you about that offline.
Do you mean the new position?
The combination of these two offices and the direction that we hope to go in for housing development.
No, it would be a new position. So this affordable housing person would be a new position in that division.
I'm aware of that, but they would be working under Teresa Wellman, correct?
Under Steve Rice, and we'd have to work out the exact organization chart between Steve Rice and Teresa Wellman, because right now they're equal. They're both in chief positions. So that's why I'm kind of saying we have to work that out with time. But eventually I see this as the division being led by someone like Steve Rice, who will be focusing more on community revitalization efforts.
Okay.
Any questions? Okay, so that's 0111021. Flip the page.
All right, that's the first one. Now we have amendment number 2. When we developed the budget for MIT, I think we've discussed this before, that there was a miscommunication on how much they needed in the capital outlay category. So we've added some $65,000 to the capital outlay in MIT, and we're going to take that from the reserve for one-time funds.
Alderman Annette.
Thank you. Brian Paquin explained to us what this is doing. It's going to dramatically improve the quality of our eTracket, which has turned out to be very popular with everybody, developers and constituents. But I thought we found the money for this, and I guess my concern, and I'll make it now, I'm not a big fan of doing a lot of raids on the one-time only money. And I guess one of the things that I want to do is return to explore what are the things that are eligible to tap the one-time only money. But I'm afraid that if we tap it too much, it'll be no time ever money because we'll use it all up. And I really do think that as we anticipate fiscal 23, that we're going to carry over some ARPA dollars, and we're going to have some tough negotiations. But I think we need to make sure that we have some safety margins as well. So it's only $65,000, but $65,000 at a chomp. Director Dickinson, what is the amount of the one-time only fund right now?
As of the end of FY20, $3.9 million.
3.9, so it is significant.
It is we had a good ending at FY20. We were able to add a chunk of money to that, that reserve. Yeah, 3976. So if you look at the bottom of this listing, the total impact on the use of the reserve was $217,000 from all of these amendments together, tapping it. And any amendments that are presented on June 7th that tap the one-time reserve would also add to that total. So just to give you a perspective on where we're at so far.
As usual, you were way ahead of me and you anticipated that question. That's very helpful to see.
Yeah, it's not adding up to be a significant amount right now. I don't know what it'll look like at the end.
Thank you.
Could we have Mr. Paquin come up and clarify what that money's for, please?
Yep, please.
Just quickly, didn't we just put about $100 and some odd dollars into this using the COVID?
That's what he's going to clarify.
Right, that's 21.
The FT might be what he was thinking about, and this is for 22 purchases of something. So.
And I just want to commend you for and how you led the city through this time. And we had to transfer our whole office, our whole practices online, and we did it, I think, pretty flawlessly. So thank you for your efforts. And
thank you, sir. Mr. Arnett, the fund transfer that you were referencing, that was, for lack of a better term, found money. We had some salary and benefit money and things of that nature that we put together to do the fund transfer to change. So the new system that we're working on to replace Trackit is called EnerGov. And as it turned out, as we're going through the implementation process, we realized that we were trying to license it per seat, which is per user. And it made more sense as this system's going to grow to actually license it by site, which basically is an enterprise license that lets us have unlimited users. So that is a separate matter versus the discussion that we're having now. Insofar as we were heading into this fiscal year and doing our budget planning, there was a request made by the city manager to make cuts where we could to try to help out. And so during that process, there was a lot of back and forth, and the amount out of our cap outlay budget that we offered, we ended up giving more than what we had really offered. So these two adjustments are to get us back to a sustainable position. You'll see that it's, even after the amendments, we're still less than what we've traditionally asked for in capital outlay. But yeah, they're two different matters, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
You're correct. I didn't understand that, so now I do. Thank you.
Alderman Gay?
So, thank you, by the way. The 100,000, I can't remember, it was about 150 or something like that, of the CARES money that we transferred over. We did like a one-time swap to use that to pay for the e-Trackit system, correct? I think that was the first time we did the swap. What was that for, the unlimited seats, or is
Okay, so the original payment was essentially paid for out of CARES Act, the acquisition, although there was a little more to the transaction than that. It was a little more than $500,000 for the actual license and hardware acquisition to begin the EnerGov project. And that's where this additional, I believe it was 80,900 was the FT. Yeah. So what we were able, that was money, that savings that we had found in salaries and benefits and things. Of course, with all the things that have gone in our department over the last few months, we had some salary and benefits savings. That we were able to put that together to transfer that money into capital outlays to acquire this site license, so that we are freed up to take this to its fullest as we build it out.
And so, after you've gone through this process and you use this, will it need a significant investment to continue this? Obviously, you know, updates and things like that. But will it need $65,000 annually, or?
No, sir, that's been budgeted.
Okay.
I mean, of course, there's maintenance and things of that nature when you buy a software package of this nature. But that's all previously budgeted. So there'll be no additional ask for that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Yes,
And
sir.
the 65 isn't for this product. It's for something completely different.
Right, and that was the part that I was explaining to Mr. Arnett, is that, you know, just we gave too much, essentially, and it was just basically a little bit of a misunderstanding during the budgeting process. So the 65 is just replenishing our capital outlay for several different line items moving forward, getting us a little closer to what our traditional ask is, but not quite there.
So really, this won't affect one-time use if they've already given over budgeted, so we're just giving it back. So this is canceling out. If he's given us more and we're just giving him back the surplus, this really doesn't affect anything, right?
I believe what the alderman's saying is that we were attempting to make a cut heading into the budget season, which is where if we had asked for our traditional amount that we have asked for several years running in capital outlay, this is still a net savings. So, I mean, the precise dollar figures is we're somewhere usually between 250 and 255,000 every year for capital outlay. We're down around 211 this year, even after the amendments.
But this wasn't included in our original budget number, so we are hitting one-time use for this amount. We have to find money.
All right, so
to pay
now
for
you
it.
just reconfused me. So, because I was looking at it very simple, and maybe you walk me through the financial lingo of it. I'm looking at it like this. Let's say he gave us $10 and really he was supposed to give us $8, so we were giving him $2 back. That's how I was looking at it.
So when he made the cut, we created the budget off of that cut amount, right? But we need to make a balanced budget, and we need to find money to pay for this.
And so it's got to come out of the, okay.
Correct.
All right.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Amendment number 2, flipped over.
All right. Okay, so we're ready to move on?
I think we're going all right. We're going good. Yeah, that's good.
Amendment number 3, we got a CDBG award from HUD. That's $4,450 more than what we had in the budget, and you're using this opportunity to bring the budget in line with what the actual award is going to be.
Do you want to repeat that on?
Okay, so the third amendment adds $4,450 to CDBG fund. It's a grant fund, but it's a standalone fund. And it's because we found out a final award on the CDBG monies that we're getting for next year, and we wanted to use this amendment opportunity to bring the budget equal to what the award is. If we had found out later, we could do it later, we could do it in 22. We do that a lot throughout the year. We add to budget amounts in line with the award. So we're just trying to get ahead of this one.
To simplify, we're getting more money than we originally thought.
Yeah, we're getting more.
Okay, Alderman Gay.
Yeah, thank you very much. Not that I'm complaining, because obviously it benefits Board 6, but traditionally, CBDG grants go through a process where the applicants are reviewed and the dollar amount is given based off. So, I mean, this is, how are you just picking this random program out of all the projects that applied to give the $4,500 to?
So that was not our our choice that HUD, the extra money, the 4,400, is earmarked for a Robinwood project. It's not something we decided,
Okay.
it's something that HUD provided extra for that particular sub-project.
This was for the AC units, correct? HVAC.
I don't know, and that would have to come from the department, what particularly they're using for that Robinwood grant.
Sheila has her hand.
Should I see your hand up? I had Alderman Arnett's hand up after. Yeah.
He's got a question, right?
Co-sponsor that? Yeah, thank you. So Alderman Arnett had his hand up, then you, Alderman Finlayson.
So this is essentially a SA, a supplemental appropriation. Thank you.
And we'll have more of those after the beginning of the fiscal year as the other grantors firm up their grant award numbers. We'll be coming back to you with more essays.
Okay, Alderman Finlayson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you tell me what the total project allocation is for the Robinwood project? Do we know?
I do not, and I don't know if Director Nash knows the particulars of what the HUD award is for. She's shaking her head no, so that's probably something we'd have to get Teresa Wellman to provide.
Was the question what it was for or how much it was in total?
Well, this says that it's an addition to.
Yes, so.
So it was originally $1,090,350, and now it's going to be $1,094,800.
And is that all for the Robinwood project?
Yes.
I think it is. No, I think there's several CDBG
Mr.
projects
Mayor.
within that amount.
Okay.
I can get that for you, that breakdown for you.
The last two
Okay, thank
projects that we reviewed at Housing and Human Welfare, for this in particular, they had two applications, Robinwood, that they applied for. One was for the fire-like systems, their sprinkler and AC, they had to adapt to the new code, and the other was for, that they applied for with CBGG, was for matching dollars for HVAC, which ACDS was given the other dollars to.
I'm pretty sure that it is going to the HVAC project. And I know that Ms. Willman will amend her action plan to document that.
So if I can add to this, the $1 million that you see in the amendment, that is the total amount that we're appropriating for the CDBG fund. That includes monies that are left from this year's grants that haven't been spent yet, plus new monies that we're expecting next year. And the new monies that HUD is giving us next year are for several sub-projects, and this Robinwood project was one of the sub-projects of that number.
So I guess now I have a follow-up question. Is this the capital project? I mean, I am going to support it no matter what, but I just wonder whether it is out of capital dollars from CDBG funding or.
It's out of the CDBG funding.
But that's divided in the 8515 capital and other.
Services. This, I believe, would be under capital.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, number 3.
Right? Amendment number 4, we're adding some more construction dollars and overhead dollars to the maintenance facility for FY22. They total $420,000. 400,000 of that's construction money and 20,000 is for additional overhead.
Alderman Gay?
I got to leave at 4:30, so y'all probably get through it much quicker once I leave. Is this new money? Or is this had been budgeted previously and you just
It's in addition to what's already in the capital budget for FY '22, we're adding $420,000 to that.
and this is for the
If you look at the amendment, the second page
I am.
is the maintenance facility capital project page. And that has the revised numbers on it. And that total that you see there, $4.2 million, is $420,000 higher than what was in the original proposed CIP book.
Let's see. And this is the breakdown of it below. 2, 7.
There's an extra $400,000 for construction and an extra $20,000 for overhead.
I think, you know, we are seeing increasing costs all over the country. And that's when we only build them every 50 years or 100 years. When do we build them? You know. Thank you. Alderman Savage?
I'm still not clear though where it's coming from. And I get it's increasing because of the increasing costs, but how is it balancing?
So this is in the capital project, so that amount will be added to our total bonds. that
So it's
we're go-
bond money.
Yeah, we're going to
Okay,
increase
okay.
the bonds for FY '22 by $420,000.
Okay.
And that's laid out in the funding schedule below. General, refuse, sewer, that all of that right there? Okay. So my question then is, if this, obviously with everything going on, are you expecting next year to say, oh, we need another $1.3 million to put the roof on the place?
That would be a construction question, and I have zero expertise in construction, so I would ask somebody from Public Works to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Johnson.
Okay, great. No, we're not anticipating any additional. This increase was due to rising steel prices, environmental, right, associated with somewhat with tariffs, but also environmental costs associated with moving the salt barn and commissioning the building to the LEED silver. So that sort of contributed to that cost. The example, specific example you mentioned, which, you know, somewhat illustrative, we would not be looking for additional funding for general construction.
No other hands up? Thank you. Number 4. Thank you, Director Johnson.
All right, so that was number 4. Number 5, this is an amendment from the Finance Committee that the community grants, there was a small amount reallocated from one grantee to another. They moved, I think it was $5,000? $5,000 from the Street Angel project to Peerless Wrens. Street Angel project total, what was the total of that one? 10,000, and we've cut it to 5,000.
Any questions on that? Alderman Gay?
Ready to move on?
I think we can move on.
All right.
Thank you.
Amendment number 6 is also from the Finance Committee. It adds funding to the city manager's office to fund the administrative cost of a task force, which will explore merging city services with Anne Arundel County services. And this $5,000 would come from the reserve for one-time uses.
Alderman Tierney?
I didn't know if the sponsors wanted to talk first before I do.
Well, this was in response to a lot of comments we had from the public about maybe we could save money by shifting services to the county. That may be a possibility, but we don't know. And so we figured rather than just have the speculation, we'd like to look into that. And there's an administrative cost that comes with doing that. So that's reflective of this money. It comes from the one-time only fund. Seems an appropriate thing. I hope we're not going to next move to looking about moving to Prince George's County or Howard County. So once we do this, I think we're done.
Yeah.
Okay. Alderman Tierney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jody will be able to help me whether or not I'm suggesting, I don't believe I'm suggesting an amendment to this. I think I'm just suggesting an alternative that if acceptable, I could draft such an amendment. I think I understand the reason for doing this. The discussion has been, ongoing, and we've never, really come to any sort of resolution. But we really have discussed this in the course of our budget review, and we clearly have demonstrated why we have a police and fire department to service the city of Annapolis. I don't think we need to relitigate that. I think we know that if we merge, quote unquote, with the county would not service Annapolis for free. So they would very logically add to their taxes where there might be savings in ours, but there would be no net change. So I think, I think we have to step up and tell the public we know the answer to this. If they want, to complain about something in downtown Annapolis, and if we've merged with the county, I would expect quite a delay in servicing that request. If there's a fire, same logic with a fire. But what I do think is that in our conversations during the budget review, I think we have distilled into something that is worth pursuing because there is an economy of scale, so to speak, and that is the merging of our transit services with the county. I think that would be a viable, distilled issue to study. I think that it would not be a waste of time. It would not be just to, console people that keep asking the question. This is a very clear issue to look at. So I'd be willing to, I am suggesting that as an alternative.
So if I
Alderman
may,
Finlayson had a hand up, then Alderman Arnett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a member of the Finance Committee, we have, for many years, we have had the question raised about merging. And while we think we know the answer, you know some of the answers to some of the questions, we don't know all of the answers. We have yet to have a sit down with the county to see if they would be willing to take on our services and to discuss the impact that such merger would be. So I would ask my colleagues to support this amendment as it is written and give us a real opportunity to come up with not just speculation, not just what pulls at our heartstrings, but rather what the hard data says. So that is the specific purpose of it. And we were thinking of targeting police and fire. And if there's an opportunity, we may add transit, or maybe transit should be a separate discussion all in itself. But very specifically, we were referring to outsourcing police and fire because those are the questions that come every year from the community and asking why we don't do this. So I would hope that we would keep this amendment as it is written. And if there is a need for another such amendment similar to this, then we propose that. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I forgot to just add one thing that's probably most important is that we just survived a year through COVID, and the city workers have worked really hard. I don't think that this is something they should have over their heads either, that we're studying whether to merge services. I don't think they need that right now, with the exception of transit, but I just think that it's just not necessary.
Thank you. Alderman Annette?
So it is over their heads now because we have constituents that continually bring it up. The two examples that you raised are an example of why we need to do it. So it isn't straightforward about moving things to the county for fire, is just simply taking advantage of their economies of scale, because we also lose our ISO rating, we lose 4 minutes of response time, and all of those things need to be fleshed out and brought to light. When you say merging with the county's transit system, the county doesn't have a transit system. So there isn't no merging. Now, exploring having a regional transit system, I would think would be a good subset of this. So to me, and I'm actually amazed that we're only putting $5,000. I think this kind of analysis is worth as much money as it takes. We have constituents that somehow think our staff are not providing services at the most efficient or optimal level. I think that this kind of study will actually verify that in many, many cases, if not all, we are. But we can't just assert that. We need to show that. We need to give them the assurances that we've taken this request seriously, we've evaluated it, we will be honest, and where we find that there's things that we could possibly do better. But where Alderman Tierney is correct is, and this is just shifting what pocket your tax dollars would come from, your city pocket or your county pocket. The chances that there's going to be much of a net change in your tax bill, I think, are very small. But I do think that there's a lot of other good things that could come out of this. For example, touting to our citizens, if we keep doing our own policing, we get response in 2 minutes. If we're waiting for somebody to come from South County because they're the available unit, it may take 10 minutes. We don't really know what those numbers are. And I think that this is an attempt to flesh that out and make the case. We owe it to our constituents to make the case that we should be the ones providing them the array of services we're providing, and that we're doing it in an efficient and effective way. If we can't make that case, then we have to make changes. But frankly, I think we need to do the analysis to find out what the answer is for ourselves here on the council, let alone for our constituents. And we'll see what comes out of it.
So Jody, do you want to clarify before I go to Alderman
Yeah, I
Savage
wanted
and
to
Alderman Gay?
clarify that the $5,000 is intended just to cover any incidental administrative costs, that the task force, which I'm assuming would be a volunteer task force of all parties discussing and deciding on options, and then the $5,000 would fund any kind of supplies or other services that were needed to complete the work.
Thank you. Alderman Savage?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is a wise thing to do, is to at least get the data. So I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. And again, it's not that this is not sealing the deal. We don't know what we want to do. I think our constituents don't necessarily know what they want to do. But I've been getting requests for the past 3 years from some residents in Bay Woods, for example, pushing me to well, why do we have our own police department? Well, so I think this is going to help us to really figure out, here are the benefits to us having our own police department, here are any kind of potential costs, and to really put it to rest in terms of if it's even an option for us to look at not just police but the other services, because as Alderman Arnett said, again, we hear this from our constituents, but again, we may get a report back with findings, the data. I don't know if they'll have recommendations, but that doesn't mean we're going to do something. We've gotten plenty of reports that we end up taking no action on. This is just something that's going to really help us address some concern that and answer some questions from our constituents. But really, I mean, we have, we have a structural deficit, Alderwoman Tierney, and we don't have a plan yet in terms of how to solve it. So I really think we need to have everything, all our options be out there on the table to really, in terms when we do develop a plan. I know we're being told, I think next year, and I do think next year, that's one of the goals for the city managers. I think your top goal was to kind of address that structural deficit. And I think we need, again, be presented and look at all options, and then we'll take that back to our constituents and see what has to be done. But this at least just gets us data so we can know, so we can have an informed opinion on, so we can move forward with in an informed manner.
Alderman Gay?
Thanks. Really quick. I just think I obviously am open to the idea of the research, but as the old folks say, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. If you look at Amendment 7, it would ideally make sense for Amendment 7 to pass first, so that we do a community survey and we get legitimate statistics on if the community are interested in merging city services. I think to just jump into a task force using volunteer time and city resources for something that we are unsure really if all of our constituents want is a lot. So maybe we do the community survey first, get the response, and if they say yes, we'd like to move forward with merging our city services, then we do so.
Thank you. Alderman Annette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see them as either or. In fact, I see them as quite complementary. I think one informs the other. I will tell you, when we jump to 7, and this is not what you usually hear out of my mouth, I don't think we're putting nearly enough money in there, and I'll explain why when we get to that amendment. But I see them as very much complementary efforts, and one needs the other.
Thank you. Number 6.
Okay, so we ready to move on? All right. Number 7, adds funding to the city manager's office for a community survey to assess the priorities of residents using, and the funding source would be the reserve for one-time funds. It's $5,000.
Thank you. Alderman Finlayson and then Alderman Arnett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this too was one of my strong requests from the Finance Committee, and make the same request of all of you. We have got to decide, we have got to hear from the community on where their priorities lie. And I have been asking for the last at least 3 years that we do a community survey. So this is that opportunity. I agree with Alderman Arnett that I don't think that this amount of 5,000 is nearly sufficient. So I would ask the city manager and or the city finance director how you came up with this amount to cover a citywide community survey.
Mr. City Manager.
We based it on what we thought your request was. I don't think we made up that number ourselves. That was the number that we thought that you wanted in your amendment. So that's where the number came from.
The dollar amount came from the Finance Committee, and I don't know what it would take to do what you're trying to do.
I think the amount that I had requested was $50,000, not $5,000. So when I saw this, I just thought it was a typographical error. I'll let Alderman Arnett speak to what he thought was the dollar value for that item.
I was there. I thought it was 50.
Well, we've got 3 witnesses.
I don't think that Finance Committee knew what they were talking about if they said 5,000. Who are those rascals?
Surely not.
I actually have 2 different kinds of experience to bring to bear here. One is that years ago we talked to Dan Nataf about doing this very kind of survey, and we were thinking at that point $10,000, and he was polite not to laugh in our face, but he said, for $10,000, I'll tell you the answers that I think the survey will give, but if you really want a legitimate survey, it is something that it takes professionals to construct. as a professional, I conducted 2 nationwide surveys that cost millions and millions of dollars a year and cost millions and millions of dollars to design. One of them, $65 million to design. And so if you're going to do a survey that is going to generate statistically meaningful and reliable answers, you have to pay the surveying group the amount of money that it would take for them to construct that survey. Now, my survey was a computer-assisted survey that went out to thousands and thousands of American citizens. We're going out to a subsample of maybe as big as 3,000, so it's not in that same order of magnitude. But designing the questions, whether it's a huge household survey on a national level or a city survey, the design work is equally complex. And I would think that if we want to get useful results from this, we can use this as a placeholder, I would guess, but I think we really ought to be using it as time to do some research, get some bids from various companies to see what they think it would cost. And my bet is it's probably likely to be more like 10 times this amount than this amount, if we really want to generate meaningful results and reliable results.
Alderman Finlayson, then Alderman Savage.
Yes, thank you. I think there is a record. With the last time we did a community survey, I want to say it was 2 administrations ago, and with the city manager, Mr. Malinoff. But surely there must be some records. I think if my memory serves me correctly, it cost us about $30,000 then. So just to keep that in mind. But I think there must be records as to what we paid for the last community survey somewhere in the house. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderwoman Finlayson does, she's brought this up, I think, every year, and for at least since I've been on the council. I will sign on this year. Please put me on as a co-sponsor. I do think this would be good to get this data. My only concern, I guess, and we can deal with this later, would be just to make sure that we get somebody on board, a contractor, whomever, a community college, who really knows how to do this in a very equitable manner, because I think we can't, I don't think this survey would be best served by just mailing it out to everybody, because I think you're going to have certain populations who are responding more than others. And I just think we need to make sure we get a very representative pool of surveys. And I think, presumably any kind of reasonable company who does this is going to do that anyway to get good data, but just wanted to put that out there. And I would support increasing this as well.
Alderman Gay, then Alderman Arnett.
You can add me as a co-sponsor just because I want to see the results. I'm eager to see what the people say. And Sheila, to do the research, we should probably get Morgan State to do it. It's a phenomenal research institution, and we should be giving dollars to our Black institutions.
Thank you, Alderman Arnett.
So I think we'll need to do.
Ask them to make a bid.
We have to do a competitive bidding, I think, but Alderman Savage point, it's sample design is every bit as important as questionnaire design. And there are all kinds of biases that can be built in because you're not using the right vehicle to get to every population. And on my surveys, we did telephone interviews, personal computer-assisted interviews, and then we hired social workers to go out and get people that we just normally don't get a response from, but whose information is important in the decision-making. So this is not a simple thing. If we want to do it right and get useful information, we're going to have to invest the money to do it.
Jody?
We've checked the report, the Finance Committee report, and so far we haven't found any mention of a dollar amount. So I'm not sure if this is something we just put in there. I don't recall the conversation of where the 5,000 came from. So what my question would be then is, if it's not 5,000, do we need to just revise this, or do we amend this to say something else on the 7th? And that might be a legal question.
I would offer an amendment to make it 50,000 with the hope that that's enough.
So this is the drafting of the original amendment. That's what I was going to say. It's not an official amendment until it's introduced, and this is a draft. So I may be able to just change it here if that is the direction of the Finance Committee, who was the first one to recommend it. So you let me know an amount, and we can change. Okay.
All right, thank you. Number 7. On to 8.
Okay, so we'll move on to number 8. This is an amendment to the capital budget, adding a project for Taylor Avenue to design. In 22, there's design money for the traffic circle, Taylor Avenue there by Park Place, to facilitate a hotel that's being constructed nearby. And the $310,000 in FY22 is for the design money, which is being provided by the developer. And it also adds some bond money in 24 for construction to complete the project. And any more detail than that, you'll have to ask Director Nash to come up and talk about the project itself. Or Public Works. I know we got some of the information from Director Nash and some from Public Works.
Thank you. Alderman Arnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And Alderman Savage.
I am a big fan of circles. I'd like to have one down here at the bridge coming out to Duke of Gloucester. But I want to point out with our study from Davenport that fiscal 25 and 26 are where our bar charts get tight. So I'm wondering about the timing of this. I wonder if we can even, getting the money from the developer for design, but maybe this is a little ambitious in terms of adding new debt, which is what, $1.5 million to the bond funding right in one of the two critical years, 24 and 25, where we're right up against the midpoint of our funding targets, our bond affordability targets, debt service affordability target.
So I'm going to go around. It was Alderman Savage, then Alderman Gay, and then Alderman Pern.
Yeah, just to echo what Alderman Arnett said. The Financial Advisory Commission also, I'm trying to find their exact recommendation, but they, if I recall, they essentially said that we should be watching ourselves because we are getting very close to that debt ceiling. So it's their recommendation number 5. Because of the continued uncertainty of revenue and cash flow during FY22 due to the pandemic and economic downturn, they recommend that reliance on PAYGO to fund proposed projects be curtailed in fiscal year 2020. This may mean projects need to get deferred, reduced in scope, or funded from other revenue sources. So I do think, I'm not quite comfortable with this until we see the actual if we can get updated information from the consultant.
Thank you. Alderman Gay.
Thank you. Again, I got to go back to Jurley 101 really quickly because as my colleagues mentioned, when I see bonds, I think of the one gentleman that made the presentation and he had that chart where we were right in the middle and he was saying that if we continued to go up, I think we were at like 11 to 12%. Yeah. And he was saying if we went up, we'd be in like the next tier, which would put us close to our max. So my question is for both the individual that introduced amendment, what amendment is this? 8. My question is for you and then for Ellie. how would this impact that process? Would it put us close to the red? And then for Ellie, my question would be why, and I don't know if you have had conversation with the individual developers. I'm aware of plans for a future project there. Two, it'll be a two-part question. One, is it that bad that we need to put 1.3 million in bonds right now to do the fix? And two, would the developer be willing to contribute at least the 328? I mean, he's doing 310. So those.
Director Nash? Yeah.
Unless this is, I'm assuming that you're about to say this is on some scale through the study, this is what the developer is supposed to pay?
This is what
this
was agreed upon with the developer who's building a hotel there. This is part of the traffic mitigation that's required. We're actually hoping that they will construct the traffic circle, which would save the city money, but we have to have a few other legal things in place before then. So it is possible that they would be paying more, but we want to safeguard this amount just in case we can't get all the other pieces lined up.
So then my question is how severe is this issue here, or are we just doing this because he's building a hotel there?
It is his required traffic mitigation.
For the project, not for it. So
I would add though that there has long been a Taylor Avenue project on the books in the capital budget to realign Taylor Avenue because of where it curves at the police station.
Mm-hmm.
It is perceived as very dangerous
as well.
Both elevation and the curvature. So this has been a project Public Works has worked on in the past and actually developed design drawings for. So it's not just because of the hotel. It is something that Public Works has wanted to do, and it will help improve the safety of this road, especially when you're having with the police station, the Graduate Access Road, and now this hotel. There'll be more movements, and it will be just more dangerous with that curve.
Yeah, I would hope that he would put, or whomever, I shouldn't specify to an individual. I would hope that they, as you said, would construct it. It would save us money. I think that'd be noble of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Sally, it's the sidewalk improvements and all that come with it, right? Pretty
yes,
much.
There's other improvements to the beginning of the Poplar Trail there. Hopefully, improvements to the bike access through the Graduate Hotel property and other sidewalk improvements.
Thank you. So Alderman Savage was next, and Alderman Paone. That's
No,
how
I was
it went.
next.
No.
No, you said those three, and then you.
Have you already been? Sorry. Have you already been? Sorry.
Okay.
Alderman Paone. Sorry.
I'm a little bit confused as to what this calls on the city to do. This is an ongoing project, construction. Well, they expect to break ground in the fall, which is 4 to 6 months from now. The project will take approximately a year, maybe a little bit more to complete. Does this mean that they open up and the circle's not going to be there? I don't quite understand this.
Well, the problem is that not all of the land that we need for the circle is available at this exact moment, but we are negotiating that with the Graduate, and they are amenable, so we are just working out those details now.
So what does this actually do, the amendment actually do?
So the amendment would fund the project because we believe that it's all going to fall into place, but we just need this as a formal mechanism in order to accept the money from the developer if they can't build the circle.
So I thought the developers of the hotel were paying for the circle or paying for most of it.
Well, they're either constructing the circle or they're contributing the cash, either one or the other. And we hope that they could construct the circle.
But do we have to wait until 2024 for the circle to be built? I think the hotel may be ready before that.
No, we don't have to, but hopefully it will be built before then with the construction, with the developer building the traffic circle.
Okay, thank you.
So sorry, I got mixed up. Was Alderman Savage first or Alderman Annette first?
Mine's just a quick question, I guess.
I was first.
I'm just wondering if there's another way to fund this would be, because I know when we look to annex properties and we're, for example, going to put in storm drain or facility or infrastructure or water infrastructure, we put like a lien on the properties, or not a lien maybe, but anyway, we increase their property taxes for a certain period of time to pay off that infrastructure. I'm wondering if we could do that for some of the businesses in that area, just to help offset some of the costs that we have.
There aren't a lot of businesses in that area.
Well, Park Place. The police, no.
Their
Park Place right
mitigation,
there.
they've already met their mitigation requirements.
I know, but this would be on top, because I think, again, sometimes when we install infrastructure in communities for capital projects, they end up getting funded through some kind of community assessment.
I see, like
And
a business improvement district or something.
Yeah, something like that. So I don't know if that'd be feasible or not. But again, we'd have to look, like to your point, how many businesses and residents. But I'm just throwing that out there as another funding idea.
Alderman Annette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with Alderman Payon. Probably the time for this was 2 years ago, but we can't do anything about that. I did attend the hearings before the Planning Commission. There's a lot going on here. The trails is one, and we want the trails. There's a real line of sight problem that needs to be addressed. And with the hotel bringing a lot of traffic coming in and out in what's already a congested area, I think this is something that we really need to do. It would be lovely if we can convince the developers of the hotel to share more of the costs, but I think there's some real life safety issues here, and particularly as we want to add some of our own benefits like the trails there, which I also fully subscribe to. I think we have to get this on the books, and we have to get it done one way or another. I do worry about the timing with our debt debt service affordability, but the developer of the hotel is here now, so now is when we have to do this.
Alderman Gay?
Oh, no, I think everything's been said as far as there is sort of a sense of urgency with that curve. Ironically, the police department is right there, but and the fire trucks, I live there now, and somehow reason there's an increase in fire traffic coming from the Taylor Avenue station. And what's that? What? Oh, yeah. No, so no, I definitely see the need when I see those fire trucks make that corner. This project, the hotel project, has been a really good project as far as the developer cooperating and being patient. It's a real confluence of issues that will be really advantageous if it all works out. I mean, to have the Lowe's access for a bike lane continuation and the Poplar Trail and the curb realigned. So as Alderman Arnett said, the developer is here now. There also is a need for the type of hotel that they're proposing. It is geared towards, I wish that was built 5 years ago because it would have addressed our short-term rental issue, because it is geared towards visitors and not functions, just parents and coming to, it's a stone throw away from the stadium. And then also, courtesy of the Planning Commission, the sidewalk replacement is quite extensive, and the developers actually changed site engineer, architect to accommodate, and architect to accommodate the concerns as far as reforestation, I guess is the word, and also the massing of it, so it isn't an obtrusive building from Taylor Avenue. So, but yeah, construction costs money. So, but this isn't to say that, I mean, we're approving the budget. This is an amendment to fiscal year 2022, so we're really approving the portion of the developer's commitment and then listing, just having placeholders for the remainder. David can explain.
Yeah, that's correct. And just to circle back to the earlier comment about 2 years ago, we've been talking about this for at least 2 years because we started the discussions when I was still in Public Works. And the piece that we don't have that's holding this all up is we've got to get some of the graduates' real estate to fit the circle in. We can't build the circle without that. It just doesn't fit. We're close, and the mayor and I and others are working closely with the graduate to get that deal done so we can move forward with this. And hopefully at that point, the developer will pay for the entire cost of the circle. And that's our hope and our anticipation, as long as we can get that piece of property from the graduate.
And the graduate piece is a dangerous turn, so there's quite often there's accidents that happen at that intersection. So it's just another way for us to sort of leverage a private-public partnership to get some infrastructure. Alderman Gay?
Yeah, thank you. One millionaire to another. I totally understand the developer's concerns about spending his money. I could only imagine. Did we adjust this? I remember we had conversations about this previously when the alderman had the traffic impact analysis legislation, and we discussed the need and the desire to make sure that developers are paying their fair share when moving into development. And this doesn't, again, look like it's fair share to me. So what can the Department of Planning and Zoning do to ensure that when developers, come in with these large proposals and projects, if we don't get the, Weston land and everything works where he can pay for it all, and we find ourselves in the situation of contributing a majority of the bill, how can we ensure that moving forward, this doesn't happen again? That's my first question.
Well, we have to do our part, which means we have to make sure the land is available and we have to acquire the land. We can't force one private property owner to sell land to another private property owner.
And I'm not encouraging that at all.
Okay.
I'm not. My question is that
for this deal,
okay,
we have to do our part, and hopefully if we can do our part quickly, then the developer is going to pay for that whole improvement.
I think you're missing my question, so let me just start. In the future, how can we prevent a developer from proposing a significant projects like this and put very little capital behind it in regards to this particular project here, only $310,000 again out of $1.3 million. How do we ensure that doesn't happen moving forward? Are you able to, switch the metrics when you're taking into account how much the developer puts forward into a traffic impact study?
They have to pay for their mitigation, whatever their mitigation is. They have to pay for that.
So it's only about $310,000 is your estimate?
If the city cannot provide the land to the graduate, then that is what they are responsible for.
Okay, so but they didn't have to buy that land.
We're not going to do the roundabout. We would do a different system that would restrict left turns out of the hotel.
As my colleague had mentioned, is that a practice that the city traditionally would follow in a particular area where they would potentially increase taxes on businesses around, or property taxes on businesses around, to contribute dollar amounts? I mean, when you talk about a hotel, I'm sure in a year he could probably clear, or I shouldn't again narrow it down to one individual, the corporation could clear $1.3 million. And so is that something in the future where we say, if we are contributing this dollar, say everything doesn't work out and we have to contribute this money, how do we get it back from this developer?
There are things called business improvement districts where there is a line drawn around a certain group of businesses. They have to contribute to a fund for a certain purpose, usually used for beautification. We have talked about that idea downtown before. Not well received, but that has been used in other locations to raise money for things that aren't covered normally under your taxes.
Yeah, or maybe he could throw a couple dollars to Clay Street, which will be at the other end of this, access road or something. I mean, Maybe that could work. I don't know. I feel like the community should benefit from this, or I know there are a couple houses around the stadium. I mean, if the tax dollar is going to put some change, well, if you take away the $310,000 that he did, we'll be putting like closely 1.1 and some change.
I would
So we should
suggest
be
that
getting something
APF
out.
is not the mechanism to do that there's probably other ways to do that, but with adequate public facilities, the improvement has to be very closely tied to the impact of the project. And planning and zoning just doesn't have a lot of wiggle room to make the developer pay for things beyond the impact of that particular development. So, and I don't think that is something that adequate public facilities really can do. I think we would need to look at other mechanisms to be more creative and find ways that would benefit the community beyond the scope of the development project.
Alderman Payon is next.
Thank you. You kind of covered it, I think, just a minute ago, but what exactly do you consider to be mitigation? How is that measured? It seems like I've been familiar with this project for quite some time, and I thought that they were putting in the circle themselves. Hey, it's okay if they're not, but what do you call mitigation?
So for traffic studies, mitigation is measured in terms of level of service and delay to nearby intersections. So level of service measures, how long you have to wait at a light. The longer you have to wait, the more the worse the intersection scores. There's also a scoring of how long the queue length is for cars that are turning, which is the problem at Westgate and Taylor, is that the queue gets very long, especially on Thursday afternoons, going from Taylor to West Street. And so they had to look at things that would reduce the impact of that intersection, and so they could either restrict all left turns out of their hotel, which they didn't want to do, or they could build this traffic roundabout, which created enough delay among the vehicles traveling down the road to improve the performance of the intersection at Taylor and West Street. And that's what they opted to do. There were just strings attached. They didn't want to be responsible for something that could never happen if the land was not available.
All right, thank you.
Other hands? Thank you. So that is number 8, and it's 1:30, so it's an hour and a half, and we've got 20 altogether. Just let everyone
20.
know that. Thank you. I might be handing you the gavel.
Mine will go really quickly, Mr. Mayor. No, I mean,
Thank you, Jody.
Okay.
Number 9, yep.
All right, we're done with that one? Okay. Amendment number 9, this is adding funding to planning and zoning for a consultant that will review the processes and regulations, and the funding source is going to be the reserve for one-time funds.
Alderman Tierney?
It's sort of in the now, say later it
Is your microphone on? Sorry.
I'm categorizing this as the pay now, save later category. The problem, we continue, all of us, to hear about the struggles experienced, and no offense to Dr. Nash whatsoever, but we continue to hear about the struggles experienced with our permitting process, the complaints. They're not specific, so we can't ascertain what and where the problem is. But there obviously is a problem, so we need to consider the entire scope of the permitting process. We would want to look at the flow of different types and sizes of projects through the permit process with an eye toward enhancing and simplifying the processes. We should also look at the code requirements and how they complicate and extend the approval process. So my proposal is, and I discussed this with the city manager, because we did look at something like this last year, but it was the wrong approach. This is not a people problem. It would be a process problem. So we would hire a consultant to do a process and regulations review of the building permitting office within the city. The objective is to identify efficiencies or methods to improve effectiveness. Phase one would be to re-engineer, and let me highlight this, without making changes to organizational structures or staffing. And these changes could be implemented immediately, what you could call low-hanging fruit changes. Phase two would address the organizational and regulatory changes and recommendations. It could include organizational restructuring and/or budget adjustments for future fiscal analysis. Those expenses cannot be estimated at this time. And so I have a consultant requirement that someone that has extensive knowledge of best practices in permitting, and their recommendations should be based on these practices. New benchmarks should be established for the permitting performance measures based on the performance of the best-in-class city counties in performing the permitting operations. 2 weeks observation, expenses, and report writing includes oversight of someone in-house, perhaps, Eileen Fogarty, was estimated at $24,000 plus miscellaneous expenses for a total of $25,000 as a one-time expense. But again, the objective of this is to have, with the efficiency comes increased permitting. With increased permitting comes increased revenue. So I think that this would pay for itself in time, and I think we can all agree that it is necessary.
that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I again don't think this is nearly enough money. So if we're going to do it, I think we should do it right. But I think we need to understand some of these issues are process issues potentially, and maybe we can get more efficient. But a lot of it stems from the fact that we have an active and engaged citizenry. And so when you look at all of the projects that have taken a while, Crystal Springs / Provident Point, Rocky Gorge, the Eastport Shopping Center, a lot of the time that the staff, I believe, get unfairly castigated for are because the citizens are actively engaged. There may be ways that we can do that. I've been working on some legislative ways that we can get citizens engaged earlier and hopefully more productive. The pre-application meeting with the developer was one. The community benefit agreements is another. I think that there are things we can do legislatively, but again, I think this is another one of those things where we owe it to our constituents. There's a complaint from all sides that the process isn't working well. I think that if we do this with a qualified company to do the analysis, we can pinpoint where the process isn't working well, but it may be like Pogo. We've discovered the enemy is us. And if citizen input and citizen involvement is a primary factor here, I don't know what you can do about that. You can't legislate the citizens away or study them away, nor should we want to. But I do think that this is a low number. I think I would ask the city manager or the director of planning and zoning to nose around some. But getting qualified people to help us with this is not going to be cheap, nor should we try to be cheap. I think we should do it right and come back to the citizens and explain what they found. And so I would argue, I would be in favor of this, but I would argue we should really be thinking about a much higher figure. I'm thinking more like a six-figure number figure, like 100,000, but I would leave that up to the city manager to to explore and come back. But I will definitely be supporting this, whatever the amount is.
And I could see involving the citizens in a task force and having it led in a certain way. Mr. City Manager and then Alderman Savage.
Yeah, I think that the cost that we came up with was using somebody like Eileen Fogarty, who has tremendous expertise and has been to a number of, or the planning director of a number of cities. If we did hire a consulting firm to do this, it would be 4 or 5 times this at least, because they're very expensive.
Don't tell Eileen that. Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think this is very well thought out, thought through, and as somebody who used to be in the permitting staff, I think there's always I think there may be a difference between the perception and the reality, because I know staff do hold themselves to certain timelines, and so I think this will help to identify if we do have improvements, and hopefully they'll look at our response time to see maybe we are doing a very good job already, and we need to get that out there. So I would like to join this as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. Just clarification.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, just a clarification. My thought was, yes, and Eileen Fogarty, or the consultant that we use for key performance measures, it wouldn't be 4 times as much. So, but we can review the costs. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody, it's number 9.
Okay, sorry. Okay, amendment number 10 is from Alderwoman Tierney. This delays the replacement of the traffic signals at Church Circle and focuses the funding on structural repairs for Church Circle signals and design and construction of the next priority, which is the signals on King George Street at College Avenue and Maryland Avenue.
I guess I'm up.
Alderman Tierney.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first let me define it. This presently in the capital budget, $675,000 for a total replacement of the traffic signalization at Church Circle. And I request to revise the 2022 scope to temporarily repair the bases of the existing poles and then hold the monies for an independent traffic analysis to review need for all the poles to be replaced, and then address priorities with the Hillman replacement and the CDAC impact. So essentially move a full replacement to 2023. The reason is that it's too much money right now to invest in a permanent replacement without analyzing the traffic impact from the City Dock plan and the Hillman access points. I believe, that structural repair can include, a collar to the poles or whatever. And this is hard for me because I have an engineering degree. I understand the logic. The logic is there's 3 poles that are deteriorated to a fault from dogs doing their business on them, but you can see the holes. There's actually holes in the poles. I don't know, a handful, but then, so you replace it. So if you can't replace just a few, you have to replace them all. If you replace them all, then you have to do an ADA upgrade to all of them. And when you do that, then you add transformers, and then you have a whole thing. There was opposition from HPC, and I could understand that. I really could understand that as being clutter, and it was going to get pretty testy because using the life safety argument, it would trump their argument. And I have to take exception to that. I think we should have more respect for HPC and what they do. It is the most historic circle in the city. It is. And then it brought up the question at the Planning Commission, why are they needed? I mean, there's a new kind of, where I'm from and some others, they were called rotaries, and you put in circles so that you wouldn't need traffic lights. I'm not denying that there's some unsafe situations, but I think it's definitely worth, especially with I'm hearing, with other capital budgets either exceeding their numbers or needing money in sidewalks or something else. I think we should just pause on this and again, look at the priority intersections again and try to do something temporary for this circle. And that would, the Planning Commission has my support on this. And the other thing too is we have a vacancy for Department of Transportation, and I think that we might have like a new philosophy of we're so car centric, and hello, I know the mayor ran on public transportation and non-car centric, but we just can't get out of it, and this is an example. So that's my proposal, is just to hopefully be able to temporarily repair the handful that are beyond, whatever, and then just put a pause button on it and reevaluate. It's $675,000, and I think it's needed elsewhere right now.
And can you speak to the King George piece of it?
Oh, I did not. That might have been a miscommunication. I'm not one to say which one would be next. I suggested that because with the City Dock project, I think you're going to have a total redefinition of what happens at Dock and Randall, and exiting City Dock is going to change. There's going to be a ton of people leaving City Dock, so those signals at either Dock and Randall, Prince George and Randall, or King George and what did I say? So that's not my call, but I think those down there would be, probably more important.
And can I just get Dr. Nash to come forward and talk a little bit about the conversations we're having with the Naval Academy now about the lights and the technology for evacuation? Will that have any impact on what we're improving?
So traffic signals we have at Church Circle now are very, very old. So they do not have the technological capability to be coordinated with each other or any other lights. So one of the reasons for this project is as we embark on a new age of traffic signals that are all linked together, talking to each other, this would be the first round of traffic signals that were actually capable of having this ability.
Thank you. Thanks, Ellie. Alderman Arnett?
So I think it's important to hear from Director Johnson about this because I think there are some significant technical problems and other issues but I can tell you, when I was watching the Planning Commission on this, and apparently many of my other constituents were watching it too, and they were shrieking, no, you need to replace those lights, you need to do it, pedestrians would be going down left and right. And I'm trying to square that. We have 3 major circles in the city. 2 of them are not signalized. This one is. And I'm trying to figure out, why is it that this one has to have signals and the other 2 don't? But I suspect not all circles are created equal, and that there might be a significant difference here that we need to hear from the professionals about why we might need to do this, and throwing in the issue with the Navy adds to my concern about whether we should move forward or not.
Thank you, Alder. First, we have a brief that we put together. Would it be okay to circulate that for the Alder?
Sure.
Members? Yep. Yes. Okay. And while that's being circulated, as you pointed out, all circles are not created equal, and circles are not very pedestrian friendly. That's something that I guess has to be remembered. And you do have a church that's in the center of the circle that does have quite a bit of pedestrian traffic during normal service times and special events. And attempting to cross that circle without some kind of positive control would be quite dangerous for the pedestrian movement. But the I have here Lisa Greco, who is the project manager. She's far more intimately knowledgeable about this, but I'll just give an overview, then turn it over to her to sort of go into some detail. The real issue with this circle and the lights here is primarily a life safety issue. These stanchions, these poles which are supporting the lights, have deteriorated to a point whereby they are structurally compromised. And we have a report from Sabra Wang, as well as from a licensed structural engineer, who is stating that that is the basis of the priority assigned to these lights. Given that condition, that exigent condition, the Public Works Department strongly advises that we follow the recommendation given to us by the engineering firm. And Lisa can sort of speak a bit more. I'll sort of turn that over to her now.
Hello. So the city, as part of the traffic signal rehabilitation CIP, the first step was to do a citywide assessment. In the city of Annapolis, we have 54 signalized intersections. However, only 24 of them are city-owned. For example, there's signalized intersections on Rail Boulevard owned by the state, and Forest Drive would be owned by the county. The assessment was completed in 2020. It evaluated all the structural aspects as well as operational. It was all aspects: the poles, the signal heads, the controllers, all of the equipment. In addition, they looked at ADA and pedestrian accessibility. They prepared detailed rating forms and extensive photo documentation that informed the rankings of the priorities for replacement or upgrades. And the recommendations for replacement or upgrades were primarily based on the physical condition. And Church Circle, as part of that assessment, rose to the highest priority. The next page just shows the rankings there. Don't have to go through that. I wanted to summarize the findings. All of the original Church Circle signal equipment is beyond its useful life. This isn't the original signals, actually. There was a set of signals before this. But the ones that, a signal pole has a useful life of 20 years. The current poles that are out there are 36 years old, almost double their life. I don't think any of us would keep a roof on our house that long. I don't mean to correct you, Alderman Tierney, but 11 of 8, there's 18 poles out there on Church Circle, 11 of them are considered poor condition and structurally deficient. 7 have severe deterioration, and 3 have significant deterioration with section loss. And in addition, they looked at the handholds that the wiring runs through. The conduits that hold the wiring, they believe are crushed. There was no pull in them when they checked them. In addition, the street lights that are that illuminate Church Circle also run through the same conduits, which would make repair difficult, if not impossible. And so the recommendation from the licensed structural engineer, they actually brought out they did the initial assessment and brought out a structural engineer to do non-destructive testing on it. And it was his recommendation that the entire intersection be replaced within a year, because it was more than 50% of the poles. The next pages speak for themselves. This is not all the same pole. This is all the different poles that have, you can see holes in them. The way the poles are attached, they're designed to be breakaway. That's per SHA standards. So there's a base plate that's above the ground. And you can see that some of the bolts are bent where they've been hit. There's a lot of damage to poles that have been hit on the interior of Church Circle at the corner of Northwest Street. There's pictures there of the handhold boxes, and one pole in particular is actually leaning. That's at the corner of Northwest Street. We're so concerned about this project being delayed that we went back to the engineers. We received another memo from them just emphasizing that they're in severely deteriorated condition, and their recommendation is these poles should be replaced as soon as possible. They were identified, it'll be a year ago this June. So we immediately, when we got that recommendation, the report wasn't even completely finalized. We moved ahead with hiring them to continue with the design process. There was a lot of archaeological work that needed to be done as well. And in addition, Public Works, we looked at this from a complete streets approach. We recognize there are so many capital projects that are queued up for downtown, and we are concerned about that. So we saw this immediate need. We knew that BG&E was bringing in a gas project, which is underway right now. We also had a water project in the pipeline. We fast-tracked that so that it could be timed to immediately follow the gas project, and while this was in design, and then we would come in and replace these because they need to be replaced within a year. And then the whole circle would be repaved. To address Alderwoman Tierney's suggestion that we could do away with these signals on the circle. This circle, first of all, the visitor center is a half a block away. We have millions of people that come through that area. The circle has a church at the center of it. I spoke with the church representatives to understand what their needs were. They have, 300 people attend Mass on Sundays, and they have morning and evening prayers that are attended primarily by elderly people. A lot of their parishioners park in Gott's Garage, and so need to cross the circle. It would be, I think, a little bit different if we didn't need to get to the center of the circle. But in addition, there are we have government, you have the circuit courthouse there. We have, Government House, Main Street. It just really doesn't make any sense to eliminate the signals. They need to be there for pedestrian safety. And then another piece of the project is once federal regulations require once you touch an area, you have to bring it up to current ADA standards. And so, yes, there were some additional poles that were required, short poles for people that were physically disabled. However, the project also eliminated 2 of the full-size traffic signals altogether and one freestanding pedestrian signal through combination. So we have all these same concerns as well. We're trying to reduce the number, but not eliminate them altogether. And we have to upgrade to meet ADA. We've identified, there's a map in the package that shows all the different poles in red. Those are all the ones that are boxed. I'm sorry, the numbers are in red, but the ones boxed in blue, the 11, those are the ones that are determined to be significantly deteriorated. And so it's not a matter of even being able to replace those 11. The others aren't in great shape either, but the wiring connecting them is brittle. It's 35 years old, and there's no play in it. So we just feel, in summary, that based on the report findings and these specific recommendations, that it's a safety issue that cannot be delayed. If the project is delayed, any failure of the system could potentially be catastrophic in that if the signals didn't work, we could not quickly replace them. We don't have the play in the wiring. We wouldn't have access to the poles. And then, again, just to summarize, the Church Circle is a central point of transportation for all modalities. A roundabout is actually a very car-centric solution, and I think we have too many pedestrians on this circle to not take that into account.
Okay. Well, clearly I'm not going to win on an argument, against you saying it's clear and present danger and it's, catastrophic. I can't win that argument. So there you have it. I'm just trying to use common sense in why are we investing so much money on an intersection when we have a major project coming up that's going to reprioritize intersections. And I do and I don't understand that there's, it's sort of this all or nothing. Why can't we just, I'm trying to think outside the box, if you will. Why don't we just replace the damaged poles? Why don't we just take them down and see if the circle works well without them? I mean, there's an intersection going into Washington, D.C. from Connecticut Avenue that has 7 points of entry, and there's not one traffic light. There's signs and merging, and there's bollards. Westgate Circle, there's no traffic lights. There's a big hotel there, in the fire station and fire and police access. So again, I cannot argue against clear and present danger. I don't think those poles are falling down tomorrow, but if that's your position, I'll withdraw the amendment because I can't win that argument. I was just trying to introduce some common sense and some out-of-the-box thinking instead of traditional traffic engineering dogma. And I say that being trained in engineering, I get it, but I think we have to start thinking differently, or we're just going to be it's going to be such a car-centric city. And we should start to think creatively about, putting capital budget into a transit node of some sort, or other things. So that's my point. But again, I'm not going to argue against safety if that's your argument. Thank you, and I respect that.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you to staff for coming out to give this information. I think the photos speak for themselves. Really quite bad shape these poles and the electronics are in. So it's definitely enough to end the engineering report. I think we do need to listen to these engineers. Clearly had grave concern. I mean, I also hear Alderman Materna, your point about wanting to move to a different way of thinking with some of the mobility issues. But I'm not, in this case, I'm not sure if it's the best opportunity to do that in light of the state of these lights. I mean, is there, and it sounds like just in light of the pedestrian traffic, there might not be too much flexibility on the circle. I mean, I'm assuming you've given some thought to moving away from some of the traffic lights in this area, or?
Well, not at Church Circle.
Okay.
I did some research on this circle that you had suggested. It's Chevy Chase Circle. It's at the borderline between Maryland and DC, and there are 7 points of entry. It's a 3-lane circle, and it does have 2 crosswalks into the center. There's a large feature fountain there. So I contacted the MDOT, Maryland Department of Transportation, to get a sense of what's going on. So the crash history on that circle alone was over 125 crashes in between 2016 and 2018 because of the complexity. None of them were pedestrian related, although they said they didn't know that many pedestrians actually went in. It's 3 lanes of continuously moving traffic. Connecticut Avenue comes through it. There was actually I did some research. There was a clip, and this past August, they had updated the pavement markings, and the police chief that gave the interview with the circle in the background was saying it was just it wasn't, he didn't feel that it was going to fix the problems. But with a roundabout, the design is such for pedestrians. The crosswalks are typically pulled back from the circle, and you walk so that because of the constant motion of the cars, they don't have to stop when they exit. You yield to circulating traffic on a circle. So there are very distinct design features for roundabouts. This doesn't fit it. Our crosswalks, even at the approach, are all at the circle. So it wouldn't be safe for anyone to cross West Street because cars exiting. It wouldn't be safe for the parishioners to get into the circle. Imagine trying to find a gap to cross into the circle. So this circle doesn't lend itself. Westgate Circle is a large circle, 2 lanes, but there's no central feature that people are trying to get to. And all those crosswalks are pulled back away from the circle. But the layout the geometry is a little different here. The existing geometry is a little different.
Thank you. Are there any other? Alderwoman Finlayson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alderwoman Tierney, are you withdrawing this amendment? I thought I heard you say that, but then there was a follow-up.
I don't, did you hear her?
She asked if you were withdrawing the amendment.
Yes, I'm withdrawing it.
Okay. Thank you.
So there's no need to beat a dead horse, but Alderwoman Tierney, I like the way you're thinking, and I can't get over the number of text messages I got during the Planning Commission hearing saying, no, we're going to get killed as pedestrians. And I do think that we have to rely on the credentials and experience of our staff. I did want to ask you, I'm trying to make the connection between what's going on here and the downtown plan, how you see that connecting.
Well, one thing the Planning Commission brought up, and I think you had answered, is that these, if they are replaced, they are capable of being, signaled, re-signalization with anything new down there. Will they have the capacity to be programmed to meet any new traffic rerouting due to the extensive project coming up down there?
So the idea of synchronizing signals, I discussed this, again, I'm not a traffic engineer. I've been kind of fulfilling this position, but I've learned a lot over the years. And the whole idea of synchronization of signals to move vehicles requires, what it does is it moves platoons of cars. So if you think of Forest Drive, that whole corridor is synchronized, and it's optimized so that cars move through in larger chunks so that it's more efficient. What you have in the city is smaller streets of smaller capacity, and really that's the limiting factor. And I know, Alderman Arnett, you've also asked a lot about Eastport being synchronized with Forest Drive, and even that might not be an optimal solution in that when you leave Forest Drive, you're on a single lane, 2-lane road, Bay Ridge Avenue, the car with entry points and exit points, and by the time vehicles get to the next signal, may not be in a platoon anymore. So synchronization doesn't always necessarily work. I've been told by our traffic experts that the equipment that we have can be programmed, and certainly along West Street, it's currently synced up, it's in time, and it doesn't require any elaborate additional equipment. Synchronization with like Forest Drive or Rail Boulevard, those are signals that are owned by the county and the state respectively. They use different brands of equipment or that are not compatible with our current equipment. And so it would require an investment, a change of an equipment, and for a period of time, then you'd have to maintain an inventory of 2 different systems too. That's something to consider. I had discussed that with the traffic engineer for Anne Arundel County. They did that when they switched over to the equipment that allows them to synchronize Forest Drive.
So thank you for your acquired expertise. I see Lisa Greco all the time in different meetings, and we miss her. But and thank you, Alderwoman Tierney. I do appreciate the thought that it went into this, but I also appreciate we'll yield to the expertise of our senior management and move on to the next amendment, I believe. Thank you.
Okay. So the next is amendment number 11. This is from Alderman Payon. It reduces the funding for 2 vacant police officer positions, and along with that, we reduce the amount of ARPA funds that we program for the 22 budget, so we can balance the revenue with the expense.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Alderman Payon.
I think I can get us through the next 2 very quickly. I'm not finished with these. I apologize for that. I actually had requested 4 vacant police officer positions. I need to come up with a little bit more in the way of cuts to balance this off, and I would rather postpone discussion until I've been able to do that. I can probably have it within 24 hours, and I'll be happy to furnish my colleagues with a copy of it. I really don't see much point in going forward today on it.
Okay, so we'll be meeting here again on Saturday?
No, but we're going to be here next Thursday for quite a
No,
long time,
I
apparently.
Was trying to add a little jocularity there, apparently.
Keep
failed.
trying.
So am I taking it that you do not want us to consider amendment of number 11 and number 12 at this point?
Not today.
Not today.
Mr.
So I guess
We're going to need some
Mr. Chair?
Okay.
Who was speaking? Was that you, Director Dickinson? I didn't hear.
Yes, I have a question, but if I didn't know, I heard the noise up here, so she might have a question. I guess Alderman Payon, you'll have to call us and explain what you wanted to do. You wanted to set the constant yield in 1, which we did. And if you want additional positions, we can cut the additional amount and put that into the amendment number 11, but we'll have to get clarification from you because the second one only changes the tax rate to the constant yield. That's all it does.
True.
So.
And if that amendment were to happen, we would have to, if it passed, we'd have to come up with other reductions to balance the budget.
Understood.
Yep.
Okay.
Alderman Savage.
Yeah, just had, I guess, larger questions about this, Alderman Payon. So for Amendment 11, it'd be removing funding for 2 vacant police officer positions. So you said you're still determining where that money would go?
Yeah, I actually had said 4, not 2, but presumably it would be something fairly close to double the figure that's in. And I'm going to come up with several $100,000 more in cuts.
So
If I can't, then I understand that, we can't go forward with Amendment 12.
So so it removes funding. It's not just freezing. Is it removing the funding entirely, or is it just freezing these vacant positions?
I hadn't thought about that. I had just thought in terms of
the
coming year.
The reason I'm asking is because our adequate public facility ordinance for police requires a certain number of funded positions. And so while we've done the freezes in the past,
I'd be happy with freezing it as opposed to eliminating
well, I guess it's a question for the city manager. I think we've frozen positions in the past, but I can't remember how that jives with the adequate public facility ordinance, because I know we have to have a certain number of funded positions.
We have funded positions in what we've done because we know there's vacancies, taking a vacancy savings.
Yeah. So,
currently in the proposed budget for FY22, it's 700,000, I think, is the vacancy savings. We took a bigger vacancy savings
It's a
for
little
the
bit
current
higher
fiscal
than
year.
700,000 that we already have in vacancy savings, which would be, the equivalent of 6 or 7 positions that there's no funding for. They're there, they're authorized, but there's no funding, so we would have to make sure they make that in their turnover, to keep them vacant long enough to make the turnover.
Yeah.
This additional amount would add to that. If you want to just add to the turnover allowance, that doesn't specify certain positions, but that would require more positions be left vacant longer.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, let you know about that, because I think it'd have to be, I'm assuming your intention is to still comply with the adequate public facility ordinance. If this does end up reducing the number of funded positions in violation is too strong of a word, but that's all I can think of right now, in violation of the APF, then that would essentially be a freeze on development, which I wouldn't personally mind, but just I don't think that's your intention.
Look, I'm looking for roughly $800,000 in cuts for next year's budget. Whether it's frozen, whether it's eliminated, I really don't care. If you want to sit down with me, give me a call and give me your thoughts on that, I'd be happy to listen to you. And about any other possible cuts, I'd certainly be, I'm open. I want to get it done right away. It should have been done by now. I have no real excuse other than I've been busy like everybody else. But I'm happy to I'm open. That's the bottom line.
So I want to make a general statement, but then invite police up to speak to this. We are sort of talking about these, but I heard loud and clear the statement from the police union about not having slots filled and burnout and things like that. So, I mean, I'm not necessarily arguing with you about the constant yield, although I will, but taking it from police would not be where I would be looking. And so, Chief or Deputy Chief, do you want to speak to this
Well, I
at
thought,
all?
Mr. Chair, we'd discuss the whole thing sometime in the future instead of today,
All right.
because I'd rather not do it
Okay,
piecemeal.
well, but it has been open, so I want to offer the chief an opportunity to speak quickly, recognizing that these two amendments are not operative at this point, but it's now out in the public air, so I think it's fair to let the chief make a comment.
Okay, is that better?
Yep.
Okay, I think Alderman Savage was right on point when he just spoke about how it would affect the adequate public facilities ordinance. Right now, I did a bunch of them today, maybe 3 hours ago, had to do a bunch of mitigations in order not to obstruct progress. We're currently operating with our vacancies at about 2.88 per 1,000 residents. The ordinance requires that we operate at 3.2 police officers per 1,000 residents, multiplied by the number of the population. That's how we derive at our authorized strength. And so what I have been doing is finding ways to mitigate us not meeting that standard set forth in the ordinance. So that would, Alderman Payon, impact our ability. That would even lower it further than the 2.88 that we're currently operating. And I just don't know how that'll affect the overall, my overall ability to further mitigate the APF requirement. I mean, the ordinance as it relates to APF, adequate public facilities. But beyond that, even the APF, which Alderman Savage just spoke about, is very true. It's an ordinance. It's not my policy. Of course, any cuts, I have to go on the record of saying any cuts, further cuts will reduce our ability to do some of the wonderful things that we have done up to this point in terms of our community outreach and our ability to fight crime. We are continuing to seize weapons. We seized a weapon the other day based on information that came to us from Baltimore. Deputy Chief Stan Branford called me kind of excited because of the cooperation we had with a police lieutenant, I believe, in Baltimore City, who tipped us off that a guy may be carrying illegal firearms and ammunition. We were able to disrupt it and get the gun and the person responsible. But that requires manpower. I guess I like to say is that requires manpower, and any cuts would further erode at our ability to perform those type of services. I'm sorry, yes, sir.
And that's what I think Alderman Payon is correct. These are pulled, so we don't want to go into a protracted discussion of them. But since it was brought up, I hear your point. It would affect the adequate public facilities, but more importantly, affect the ability to police. So when we come back and consider things, I wanted you to be able to make that point. So
yes, sir.
Thank you for that, and I think we're ready to jump to Amendment 13.
Amendment number 13 is Alderman Savage, freezing any conversions of contractual employees to civil service. This impacts the general fund. There are two positions in the general fund? 2 positions in the general fund and 2 positions that OEM is funding through their grants money. And you don't see that impact on here because if we don't use it to pay the employees as civil service, that savings would be used for other grant-related expenses.
Okay, Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So So my rationale for this is, and I know ultimately this is not a large amount of money, large amount of savings. My concern is, so it's not about even the individual positions. My concern is just the bigger picture concern about our staff costs. You know, we've gone over how the staff costs are really driving our structural deficit, and we don't have a good plan to address that yet. I know it's on our list to discuss that over the next year, but I just think it's a bit unwise to be approving conversions to civil service positions when we don't have a plan yet, and when adding more civil servant positions will compound that structural deficit. And furthermore, I think it's a bit unwise to be doing that during a year when, this is a year when we have had significant impacts from COVID on our budget, on our economy. We're still recovering from that. And so, again, I just think we should wait a year to have this discussion. I don't think this is the right year to do it. And again, it has nothing to do with the merits of the positions at all. I think some of these positions, I think, should get converted over to civil servants again, but in the future. That's my only qualifier there. So that's my rationale behind this.
Okay. I was looking for Alderwoman Finlayson's hand, but are there any comments from other colleagues on the council? Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you. And I was trying not to. I was going to give you an opportunity to this. However, we have all often spoken about, I don't have a dog in my background. We've often spoken about restricting positions and cutting positions and the like. And let me remind you that we must at all times talk about services and how we connect those services to staff providing it. Now, I know we're talking about moving existing contract positions to civil service positions. Alderman Arnett and I worked for a number of years on moving contract positions. These are positions in which people have worked for 5, 10, even longer years, committed to the city, and we work to move all of these positions to civil service because they gave their commitment to us, and it's only fair that we do the same. Unless we talk about reducing staffing because we're reducing services, then it is unfair to keep our employees at bay in the position of contract employees when they're committed to us. So I would ask that we defeat this amendment number 14.
Thank you.
Number 13. I'm sorry, number 13.
Mr. City Manager, do we want to hear from any of the department heads that would be affected by this change, like Director Simmons, or do you have something to?
Probably Director Simmons. His two positions are both grant funded, so there's no fiscal impact for the general fund.
The general fund positions are Police Department and who's the other one? Office of Community Services.
Kevin Simmons, Director of Office of Emergency Management. How's everybody doing this afternoon? So I'm having problems keeping folks. It's been a lot of turnover over the last 4 years. And each year I come before the council, I try to get these positions turned into civil service. So our entry-level planners positions are competitive with most surrounding jurisdictions. However, with the exception of Howard and Montgomery, they offer something that I can't offer them, which is a civil service protection and benefits such as retirement, short and long-term care, disability insurance, which is offered by other municipalities. So when it comes down to it, I lose them. They stay here, they're pretty dedicated. But when they start thinking about raising a family and buying a house, this is not the place to stay. If OEM wants to become an employer of choice and win a talent war for best employees, we need to offer civil service protections and benefits that attracts and retain employees. It's just that simple. And these positions are compensated through the Urban Area Security Initiative grants. And we've had them here for the past 12 years. So there's no indication that these grants are going to stop. We get about, I'm going to say about $250,000 a year for these positions. And so far we have enough money in the coffers to go to FY 24. So, you know, we started 3 years ago. It's always kind of wait to the next year and wait to the next year and wait to the next year. However, I'm losing folks. I can't keep them, and they're going to places that offer them civil service benefits.
Thank you. And
If I could just comment on the other two positions very briefly. So one is a forensic services unit supervisor. It's key. That person is a supervisor. So that position actually supervises civil service employees, which is a very awkward position to have a contract employee. The other one is our new social worker, who we just hired this year. That's somebody that we want to keep long-term, and we certainly at some point want to make that a civil service position. So we hope this year.
So Alderman Savage, and then I do have a comment also.
I don't disagree with anything that Alderwoman Finlayson said. I also agree with Kevin Simmons, and I spoke with Rhonda McCoy about the forensics position, and I know she also had the concerns that it's difficult to retain contractual positions. And I'm sure the same thing could be said for the community services. I agree. The only thing I'm questioning is whether or not we should make the conversion this year. And to point out that, so this would impact 4 positions, but I want to point out that with all of these amendments put together, we're talking about 8 new civil service positions. And again, some of them are completely valid. I know the person in planning and zoning who's being proposed to be converted to full-time has been in that position as a contractor for way too long. And I think, again, needs to get converted. I'm just concerned because everything added together is 8 new positions when we still don't have a plan to address our structural deficit and the staff costs. I'm just feel obligated to raise that.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Finlayson is correct. I was on that committee with her. It was commissioned by Mayor Cohen. And we really did look at some people who were contract employees that had been contract employees for years. And it seemed like it was unfair to them because they didn't get civil service protection and some of the other benefits, pensions, the very things that Director Simmons talks about, which are attractions. But I'm torn by the advice we got from the Financial Advisory Commission, which is that we don't know how we're going to recover from COVID. We do know that we're going to be going into a tough bargaining year with all of our employees. And it just seems like a bad time to be taking on more permanent employees when one of the options may be that we have to let employees go. So I don't know. We're going to have to ponder long and hard, and I will look to the city manager and senior management about how we proceed on this. But I do have I understand the sentiment behind this, and I support the caution that this is asking us to do, and we're really caught in the vice of a dilemma, keeping our people and giving them a fair shake versus facing a structural deficit that we may or may not be able to deal with, and we don't know how we're going to come out of that until we do the negotiations over the coming year. So it's going to be a tough one. But fortunately, we don't have to vote on it today. So are there any other, Director Dickinson and then Alderwoman Finlayson?
I just wanted to clarify that besides the 4 that are in this amendment, coming up, there are 2 other amendments. Each has 1 position going to civil service. So total, there would be 6, not 8.
6, all right. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Yes, I would ask that we consider, if there is a consideration, to really evaluate the position, that we consider that the Office of Emergency Management positions are grant funded and will be grant funded in the near, foreseeable future.
Right.
And that if we're talking about other positions, that we give priority to the employees who have been here and served us the longest. Some of the positions are new positions, so that before we add any new positions, we are able to take care of the staff that have already been here and have been serving our city well. So I would ask that as we're making those determinations, considerations, that we think about those people that have already committed to us before we talk about adding others. And I'd like to speak very quickly to the social worker position, which is really Amendment 19. But I believe that social worker is part of this discussion now. And Mr. Chair, if you want me to speak to it now, or if we're going to get to 19, or we can take 19 along with it, because this is converting.
So I actually see 19 as slightly a different thing, because I think, isn't 19 the one where we go from part-time to full-time?
Correct.
It's a new position. It's a new position.
I'm going to be supporting you on 19. I don't know how I'm going to be on 13. But so if we could wait, and if we get to 19 today, which is, I'm eyeballing 6 o'clock as quitting time, so we'll see. It depends upon how long our net takes us on the next amendment. But I would prefer to do 19 on its own.
I will do that. We'll commit to 5 minutes.
Yeah, right. All right. So, Director Dickinson, the next amendment, please.
Yes, the next, next amendment 14 adds a capital project for Wells Cove using bond money in FY22.
So the reason for putting this in the hopper, and I do want to be respectful to Director Johnson. I understand the new process, but this one has some real urgency for me and my constituents. But I do think for the council writ large, and I believe the mayor and I share this feeling about protecting public access to the water at all costs. I would mention that Wendy O'Sullivan, the director for National Parks, is touting very highly this notion of water access. It's part of the presentation she's making before the Maritime Task Force, but also as part of the comp plan. And it may well be that when we get into this, there could be some legal concerns or other concerns that could either delay or remove this, but I feel honor bound. I've promised to my constituents that this is something that I would get into the hopper, and I hope the council will support this. Alderman Gay, before he left, said that he wants to be added as a sponsor. I appreciate that, but in any event, that's why I've put this in. So are there comments or questions from council members? Alderman Savage.
I'd just like to be added as a co-sponsor.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Gerald or senior management, is there any? All right, good. We can move on to the next amendment. Director Dickinson.
Yes, the next amendment is number 15 from Alderwoman Tierney. It adds funding to Rec and Parks to purchase self-watering planters using funding from our reserve for one-time uses. This is in an attempt to lower the watering cost, and I'll let her explain what she's doing.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Again, it's one of those pay now, save later suggestions. The planters, as you notice, we haven't had them for the last couple of years, or we had some hasty installations because it's always been a problem on who's going to water them. We were able to buy them from Homestead, but there's always this issue of watering. So we did find in 2022 money in Parks and Recs to water them, which is expensive, and it does include overtime on weekends just to keep the plants alive and all that, because they're pretty much in direct sun. So this is just, I estimated with Eric Evans' help, these self-watering planters that we would purchase in 2022. We wouldn't realize the savings until 2023. And hope logically they should, they should pay off. If do we know? I don't have handy how much we have for watering in the 2022 budget. Is that
in the 2022 budget? We have the purchase of the flowers is in planning and zoning's budget, but the watering is going to be done by Rec and Parks.
Right, but do you know how much it is in Rec and Parks?
So there was no additional funding added to their budget for the watering.
Okay.
It is anticipated they would use existing staff, and they can comment as to if that's an issue.
Yeah. So my goal would be to save that chunk of money, but David looks like he has a question.
Yeah, they're also going to use workforce development to help with the watering. And the idea is that, at least for this summer, since the planters are already prepared and ready to be hung, is that these would be purchased over the coming year and then be ready to be used next year with the plants that are started.
Yeah.
And they will reduce the amount of watering that the Rec and Park crew will have to do.
Yeah.
So they'll have to hit less frequently.
Right.
Because they actually store the water in the pot.
Yeah, I sent a product information sheet, but.
Alderman Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are these all just located downtown? Or are there any outside of that area?
The hanging baskets are downtown. But there is some plans that, for Gavin's not here to speak to his plans for elsewhere.
I think there are some planters at the Moyer Park, Ellen Moyer Park. There were planters they were using as traffic barriers. I'm not sure if they're still there, but anyway, I just wanted to clarify where they were.
Yeah, these are just for the hanging baskets from the poles downtown.
Okay.
Director Trader, did you want to speak to this? Or is it pretty
The
self-explanatory?
purchase of the flowers is in planning and zoning's budget. I don't know if Director Nash knows the location of all the planters. Okay.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, the self-watering pots would also enable us to not water every day. So we could water every 2 days or possibly every 3 days. To answer your question, Alderman Savage, I believe some of these pots will be located on the bridge. In the past, pots have been on the bridge, and also what I call actually Midtown is West Street along the Calvert Street corridor. I mean, going past Calvert Street. So that's all that I have to add.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being brief. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I heard a number or not. Do we know what it costs to do the watering? I heard two different things. I heard one, the cost of stacking time, and two, the cost of the water. So do we know what those numbers are?
Yeah, I think Alderwoman Tierney, could you, because you were talking about this one-time only expenditure, but then a long-term savings.
The savings would be we don't know exactly. Director Trader just said that it would save his watering, every other day. He would. We don't know exactly yet, but there definitely is savings. And thank you, Director Trader, for clarifying. It is we haven't had them for a while now. I forget that they are on the bridges as well, welcoming people.
So are these, are we like running little tubes up the street lights and dripping water and?
No. So when you water them, they actually have storage capacity within the planter, so they hold water, so you don't have to go back as often.
Right. That's kind of a misleading
Is
term.
this, how is this going to intermesh with the downtown redevelopment, and is there AREP money for this?
Well, at least for this fiscal year, it won't, because we don't expect to start for a couple of years. But yeah, when we move over to City Dock, then we probably won't put flowers out that year at City Dock at least.
So I think the flowers are really a very attractive aspect to Annapolis, and quite frankly, I wouldn't mind extending our flower pot program out into other parts of the city. All of our wards need beauty. So, but this one seems to be straightforward. Are there any other comments or questions from our dwindling number of colleagues? All right.
Alderman, I do have a.
Oh, sorry. Yes, Alderwoman Finlayson.
Yeah. This 17,000 is for enough pots for Main Street and maybe the bridge, and it's one-time cost. Is that my understanding? I'm sorry, it's 17,000.
Over the bridges in downtown and West Street up to Calvert, I don't have a count.
Are you?
Oh, I'm on mic, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have an accurate count, but it's for all of the hanging baskets, which is Main Street, West Street, Eastport Bridge, maybe? Yeah.
The bridge, right.
Eastport Bridge. And
So can we get a count of what those baskets are and the savings in water by using these self-watering baskets?
Maybe we'll, by the time we get to the actual budget deliberations, maybe we can have a little more
maybe Archie
clarification.
will have, Director Trade might have more of an idea of the every other watering deduct.
I don't think we can answer. I understand your question. I'm not sure we can answer it right now.
I'm not asking for an answer right now. I'm asking Alderwoman Tierney if she could gather this. This is her amendment. If she could gather this data for us. That's what I was asking.
Right. If I understand your question, you want to know the savings in the watering, correct?
And the number of pots that we're talking about and their location.
Okay, correct.
I think we can get the number of pots. The savings is probably somewhat of a misnomer because it'll be a redeployment of staff. I don't think we'll lay people off because the watering won't be done by staff. I think they'll be doing other things.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because as it is, he's pulling, that's why watering isn't an add to this budget, because Director Trader's using his existing staff that are, pulled from somewhere else. That's another point I should make, is that they're actually pulled from other things to take out the watering truck and water these things every day, so.
I'm sorry, I guess my question wasn't clear. I was talking about the savings in water. That's what we were talking about, not what you had expressed. So not necessarily savings in staff, but you said it would save on our water. So that's what the savings I was asking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on Amendment 15? Okay, Amendment 16.
Amendment 16 also is Alderwoman Tierney. It converts an administrative office associate in planning and zoning from a contract position to civil service. And the funding was coming from the police department's capital outlay budget.
So explain yourself.
Well, if anybody attends these night meetings where we have administrative staff, especially, planning and zoning. Let me qualify. This wasn't suggested by Dr. Nash. I did discuss it with her, but this just transfers an administrative position, one administrative position, a very key administrative position in planning and zoning, to civil service. And in the spirit of cooperation and equity, I thought that we could have that respective funding come from APD, because my intention is not to increase the budget.
So I have a question, Director Dickinson. Can we use capital money to fund operating positions?
So it depends on, this is capital outlay within the operating budget, meaning the smaller items that you purchase, computers, that kind of thing, that kind of equipment, smaller. And some capital outlay is repetitive each year, and some capital outlay is for one-time items. So if you're pulling capital outlay from repetitive expenses, you are reducing the police capital outlay for repetitive capital outlay and putting it in another budget for a continuing expense. So those are recurring expenses displacing other recurring expenses. But if it's removing funding for one-time capital outlay, that's a different issue.
So this seems to come with the assumption that police don't need the $74,000, and I bet we're going to hear a different story from police.
Mr. Chair,
Please.
Mr. Chair, could I ask a real quick question for Jody?
Oh, sure.
What's the total capital outlay funding for the police department? Just wondering how much this would reduce it. And then I also, obviously,
So
what
the
it would...
total capital outlay for, yeah, we have to get the budget book back up, and they might have that answer.
The figures that I sent over to finance was 177,250.
No, but we moved, so,
So, right,
hold
exactly.
on. There's some, in the past, a lot of the items were all in contractual services, even though they were capital type items. So this year, we made an attempt to put the budget in the right buckets. And so that capital outlay number increased for different reasons. They do have some new items in there, but some of that is money that had been spent through the contract services account each year, and now is showing in capital outlay because the types of expenses are capital outlay related. What's the total?
So we have 495,000. 177 of that is capital outlay. 318 of that is software.
So,
But we are funding, and I'm looking up the dollar amount, some of police's capital outlay with one-time use money already.
So it sounds like 177 then.
That sounds right, yeah.
That is needed, sir.
Yes.
It's the
Yeah.
177.
As requested in the budget.
Yes.
so please, Ms. McCoy, speak to us. Set us straight.
So is that what we're talking about?
The 177, part of it, we talked or discussed about this before, on the need for us to upgrade our evidence control room. Those are some of those costs there. There are other costs for upgraded chairs for the dispatchers, things of that nature. We were very, very shrewd in just having the 174, and of course the software. I don't think I need to say anything about that.
Right.
That is a necessity, and again, we tried to lay out that budget for things that we need. The things that we want, we apply for grants for. $1.3 million we applied for grants for. We applied grants. We applied to grants. The necessities that we needed, we put in the budget. The software's needed, Alderman. We need those chairs for the dispatchers. We needed upgrade. We need the crime scene room, and we talked about the sink and the evidence and not processing the victim and suspect evidence together. All those are necessities. And it's not a lot in the short-term things, but, pulling it from police I think it's going to be a mistake.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will get to both of you, but I guess the part that bothers me is the taking it from police. I mean, there's other departments that have capital budgets, so and the sensitivities that we're hearing across the nation, this just doesn't feel right to me. If we need to find this, well, first of all, we're going to have a debate about conversion, period. But if we need to find money, my personal preference would be to look elsewhere. we have enough things going on with police. Starting again tomorrow at 2:30 on a Friday afternoon. Thanks.
I know.
So,
and I would
it's your-
remind the alderman, and I know I keep saying it, but soon you will get a fiscal note from me for the state legislation. Right now, I have 11 items that is going to need money, 3 of which are going to be substantial.
And I would say you've been consistent with that message throughout all of our discussions. Alderwoman Tierney.
Yeah, I was looking at some, trying to find some low-hanging fruit, if you will, but it is indicative of a very severe problem we have with our staffing that, our administrative staff are our underdogs. They hold the departments together. I'm talking about administrative staff and the fact that we can't translate that position to a civil servant is just unbelievable to me with the budget that we have. And so what I was doing logically was looking at, well, what departments have big budgets? Maybe we can, try to accommodate this. It's just really, I'll try to look for the money elsewhere, but I just think there's something totally skew with our budget that we have to beg for money for our administrative staff that, again, has worked tirelessly at home and specifically with this position during COVID. The revenue in planning and zoning did not decrease at all by all of this processing and applications, and that's what brought me to this, is like, how did that happen? Well, it happened because of our administrative staff, that they don't get, the credit that they deserve. I'm not blaming you. I'm just looking for some low-hanging fruit somewhere to pay for this person. And this is my request. It didn't come from Director Nash. I know that she's willing to work with what she has.
So Alderman Savage, and then I have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I still have the same concerns about staff conversions, but I'll put that to the side for the time being. And I guess my question would be for APD. So I'm trying to quantify exactly how this 74,000 would impact. Like, do you have a cost on how much you need? Do you have like an estimate you need on how much you need to upgrade? Is it upgrading or creating a brand new crimes?
It's upgrading existing facility.
Crime scene room? Upgrading?
Yes, and we got 2 quotes. So
how much? Where are they?
One was 10,000. One was 30,000.
Okay. How much for the chairs? I'm wondering what else is in this.
The chairs are only a few thousand.
Yeah.
The bulk of that, 144, is the additional shelving for the evidence room.
I thought you said. Did you say 110,000?
144,000.
So that's for the room itself, upgrading that.
For where we have designated an additional room and cleared it out, we need shelving to put in there. And we went with manual movable shelving instead of the electronic, controlled shelving in order to reduce cost on that. We tried to get them to quote out, all the bells and whistles, remove all of that stuff and just get us down to what we can get away with to still get a sufficient amount of space to store evidence.
And so that comes out to
144,250. That was the quote we got from the
250 for upgrading that room. Okay. And your total allocation before this amendment is 170 for capital outlay?
74.
174.
No, 74. Moving 74,000.
Yeah, if you look at
that's what, the original capital outlay in the budget. The total
is 177.2.
177.2. Okay, so this would prevent you, it sounds like, from at least completing your upgrade.
Sorry, if I could just clarify.
Yeah.
When we say capital outlay, there's capital outlay and software. So
right.
In that 495 number, right? So when you see it here, everything's lumped together in the capital outlay.
Mm-hmm.
But we could cut software if, right? That's not
Yes.
being paid for with one-time uses. Is
So
what
you
I'm trying
said
to
the total capital outlay is 400 some thousand.
Correct.
And a majority of that is, how much of that's software?
318.
318. So that leaves this 100 and whatever. 100,
The 177 is also
177
right.
for, okay. So it would hamper your ability to upgrade that room. It sounds like it would.
Yes, we're in desperate need of expansion.
And okay. And
I mean,
is
yeah,
that-
we have evidence going back to the 1950s.
How old is the existing room? Is it in the headquarters?
Yes. Yes. So it was designed with the building renovation back in the early 2000s, somewhere around there.
Are there consequences to waiting a year to find other money
Well,
for that?
You don't have problems with evidence until you do.
Right.
And it's hard to recover from those.
Yeah.
So we've needed it for a while, and with the other things that we had put in for in previous years, and knowing that last year was not, going to be the year for it, that's why we put in for it this year.
Well, I'm also thinking, I mean, we always have to figure out if there are things we need to do this year or if they can wait. But, if there are certain costs, just as a related tangent, if there are certain costs associated with the peace ordinance, for example, this also may be one pool where we could go to say, well, look, certain things we need to fund now with this new legislation. Maybe we need to wait on certain capital projects, just to throw that out there.
And it may be more, and my partner here is being modest. He did all that he could. And when I say he took all the bells and whistles out, he took all the bells and whistles out to come to that cost. But as costs increase next year, I doubt if it's going to be 144. It's going to be more. And we run the risk of losing evidence. We just don't want to be, put in that position. And as I like to say, the can has been kicked down the road. It's at the wall now. And this year is the year we need to do it.
Alderman Payon has some firsthand experience about the importance of properly managing evidence. I am a fan. I think over the years, planning and zoning has been underfunded. And so I don't have a problem with this for that reason, but I do resist it in two different directions. One, I don't think police department is the low-hanging fruit. I think that we need to find, if we're going to find money, we need to find it elsewhere, and particularly in this very sensitive, emotional time that we're going through nationally and here in the city. So I resist that side of it. I also am in sympathy with Alderman Savage about, is this the time to be making conversions, and is this the time to be moving from part-time to full-time? And I see there's another one that's coming up from Alderwoman Tierney that's in that same vein. So I'm not particularly supportive of this amendment for a number of reasons, but if there's an amendment that's going to come back to find help for planning and zoning, I will be inclined for that. So are there any other questions, observations from colleagues on the council? Alderwoman Finlayson.
I don't have a raised hand feature on my computer for some reason. I guess on Skype. May I ask Ms. McCoy and the lieutenant a question about the evidence? How does the inability to appropriately store evidence hinder our solving of crime? I guess is my question.
We're prosecuting cases.
So
Yeah, that's part of, I think.
So I would say it's the ability to properly store it and be able to retrieve it. So if you imagine your closet at home neatly organized, and then you throw in an additional person's closet or 2 additional people's closets, then you realize you aren't going to be able to find things in there. And that's the danger that we run into. And so when officers need evidence for court, or the state's attorney's office needs to come and look at evidence for court, and you can't efficiently locate it, it doesn't send a good message to them that your operation is running efficiently and effectively.
Well, first of all, let me say, no one would ever throw additional stuff in my closet. I'm just, but I understand, and that was the answer I expected. So it is vital that we have access to this information in an organized fashion so that we can impact our cases in a positive way.
We also, the other way to approach this problem is additional personnel. But given the state that we're in with the city's budget, I realized that it was better to go short term for additional storage space than seek funding for 1 or 2 additional positions that might be able to process more evidence for disposal, which would be fine for a certain amount of time. But at some point, running a police department, you do collect evidence. When you have homicide investigations, even when they're closed out, you still have to retain that evidence for as long as the person is able to file an appeal on a conviction. So it's, for certain evidence, we're holding on to it for decades.
And sexual assault cases, which, nationally, that has been on the mindsets of a lot of police departments. But what we would like to say is that we try to manage by risk. And if we look at risks, what are our risks that we would misplace evidence right now? There's a fair possibility that could happen. And so we want to lower that to a rare or least likely.
Alderman Gay.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. I just ran 7 miles back from Bay Ridge to say I agree with the police. I just don't see why we would do this. Digging into the police budget for historic preservation. I understand the importance of it.
Oops, we're on 16.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought we were already on 16. That's
Nope.
weird. Oh, okay. Well, I'll wait to save my kind remarks for the police.
And we'll be waiting for you.
They're appropriate for this one too, because it's coming out of police, but without Alderwoman Tierney.
I think I just need to explain my approach and why there's something, again, skew with this, the fact that I can't, an administrative position, and it's not the police fault, but when when I look at the budget, I don't know if you can see this, it's like a pie chart, right? So you see these huge chunks of police, fire, DPW. So when I try to find money, where do I go? I mean, where else do I go? So that's, there's something wrong. I'm going to vote yes on the study to combine services now, because there's just like, we've got to look at this. The fact that I can't find money in that much percentage of the budget is just disheartening. But it's not your fault. It's no one's fault.
Well, I think you also need to look at where most of our city
Actually, it's our
personnel
fault.
are.
What?
I mean, they are in police and fire and public works. So, of course, that's going to be where most of the money shows up. And in each of their cases, particularly police, I think fire told us 93% of their costs are personnel. I think police is 87%. When you have a lot of the people that are employed by the city, you're going to have a lot of the city budget.
Well, we're tasked with doing fixed budgeting and that, not linear, that if we want to add money, we have to find it from somewhere else. And it's getting to be virtually impossible. And we, as aldermen, we know what the needs are. We do. But that's, I'll try to find it elsewhere.
All right. Yeah. Alderman Gay?
Yeah, so Ellie, I would suggest, similar to what I've done in my amendments, and maybe you could do the same thing. Yours is a little more expensive than mine's, but I did what I'm considering a budget trick, just from being able to talk to why don't you just take, in particular I'm skipping ahead, but for 18, when a small amount like that, why don't you take the money out of forfeits, assets, and seizures, which is revenue, although there is no confirmed amount of how much we will get from that, but it is revenue. And so then you replace what you're taking out of that with forfeit, asset, and seizure in a one-time pay. So you'll take the $33,000 and replace that, because this is contract services, right?
Yeah, it's Tammy.
Well, we could discuss it offline. Yeah, but I like your idea.
Just to point out quickly, we had that argument 3 years ago on the asset and forfeiture fund, and apparently we were told by APD that I think that money is restricted in terms of how it can be used.
Yeah, it has to be spent in the police department. That's why she would take the $33,000 and replace it directly to the police department. So that $33,000 that's in their quote general fund would be removed out, and it would be replaced with $33,000 from forfeit, assets, and seizures.
You know what? I just thought of something.
Alderman Tierney?
I may withdraw this, and this is why, is that the previous amendment I have on examining the permit process and what goes wrong, maybe that will determine, and elevate the administrative, responsibilities, and then I'll have more of a reason to pursue this, so I think do you know what I'm saying? I'm asking for an amendment to evaluate the permit process. This position is part of that permit process. I'm thinking that increasing this to civil servants will help the permit process, but at the same time, I'm also offering an amendment to review it. So perhaps I can table this. Oh, you don't want me to give up so easily, Rob?
I'm questioning the dollar amount. We're moving from part-time to full-time.
Yeah, that does sound like a lot.
Staff, and it's $74,000.
Yeah, that is a lot. I didn't want to say anything.
Seems awfully high. Yeah, let's let Dr. Nash.
Oh, no. I told her I wouldn't involve her.
And then we do need to do a time check.
I'm sorry, which amendment is this? Administrative?
Your Tammy?
Oh, okay. So this position, no, the amount should only be around $20,000.
Yeah.
That is because
what?
No, we pay her 30-something thousand.
Thank you, Ross.
We will check on that, but the amount is just the difference between what we currently pay her and the cost of benefits.
Right,
so I thought it was not that high, but we will double check.
Maybe there's an extra zero here or something.
Yeah, and
what is the amount in your amendment?
It was 74, and I wouldn't have. I was kind of caught off guard because I wouldn't have asked for that. Chunk from.
I thought it was 55 is what I thought it was. We'll check on that. But this is an important position for us, and we are in danger of losing it. But maybe we can talk about some ideas I have of other ideas I have to fund it.
For $74,000, I'll come be your administrative assistant.
So we'll look at the amount, make sure we've got it narrowed down. But what Katie is saying is that right now we have it in as a $20,000 position. But if she's actually getting more than that, this is what we have on our budget sheet.
Careful.
And that may be what she standardized for in Munis. But if you're paying her more than that, we're not going to the actual and dropping that in. It's based on what's in Munis as her budgeted amount.
I will double check, but I thought it was more than that.
Okay, Alderman Savage.
Again, I have concerns about conversions this year, but this is I think a really good example of of a position we do need to convert at some point. I think it's been like this for many years. And I'm not sure, Alderwoman Tierney, that this position, at least, when I was there, there's a separate staff, administrative staff for permitting. Does this position, I'm sure this position may involve some permitting, but it's primarily for providing services to the Comprehensive Planning Office, the Economic Development, Historic Preservation, right?
That's correct. She wouldn't touch permits per se, but she would help us mainly with our boards and commissions, liaisoning, and especially preparing records for Board of Appeals and Circuit Court Appeals.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I think this certainly has a lot of merit, and I think, Alderwoman, you're absolutely right. I think we kind of have to look at the larger departments, and that's where, as I've said before, to the police, and not just for the police department, but in general, we have to identify what are wants and what are needs. And so I understand that you want to upgrade your evidence room, and there are some important reasons to do that. But I also think that we're trying to find balance, and this position, I think, in many ways, does need to be upgraded because it's been like this for a long time, and I think the fairness aspect at some point.
Well, my thought of how we could fund it, should I share this now, is that Teresa Wellman has administrative money with CDBG. And if this position could also assist Teresa Wellman processing CDBG applications, then we could justify using her administrative money to pay for this position. And
that's good.
Thought it would almost make up for the difference between what we pay her now and what we are proposing, but I'll have to double check those numbers.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of negates my argument before about process versus people, because this is about people. It is about people. I mean, just, working tirelessly at night to accommodate our commissions and committees. So thanks, Sally. Dr. Nash.
So I don't see Doug or Molly or Carol Spriggs here. Why don't you take it from them?
I think I did. I think I took HPC.
I'm sure they'll appreciate that. I'll hear from both of them. Alderman Gay, is that on Amendment 16?
Yeah, I have a quick, I just need clarification from, and I thank the team for explaining this to me. I need clarification from Finance really quick as it relates to forfeit, assets, and seizure, which could relate to this amendment. All right, so you can't use the funding to, as you meant, supplement. You can't take it out and replace it someplace else. But what if could we potentially do something like this? And again, this is all theoretical. But if we can predict that they're bringing in about $107,000, which is low for forfeit, assets, and seizures, could we then, as a body, just decide to move $107,000 out of the general fund with no commitments or strings attached to the forfeit, assets, and seizures? So basically, we're just moving that money in without instructing them to do so, saying you have to use this now to, supplement redoing your evidence room or something like that.
So I do not know all the restrictions for using that funding. There could be tighter restrictions on what kind of things you can buy with it. And as I said, it may be something you have to do it in addition to what your operating costs currently are. So in that case, it might not allow that money to be used for that purpose. And it would depend on what cost you're moving out of the general fund to put over there. And I'm not sure that you can anticipate that we're going to have a certain amount of seizure money every year. You can go back historically and you'd probably see, and going from my experience with the county, it was a wide ranging, small amounts one year, a lot next year, depending on when the different cases are adjudicated and you finally get the funding in the coffers of the city. So I don't think you could say we usually get $100,000, so we're going to move $100,000 of police contractual services over to there to be paid for.
Yeah, so I don't think that answered my question at all, because you started talking about what they can spend it on and what they can't. That has, if the council didn't even, we don't care what they spend it on, but we're just saying we'd, take this amount of money, X amount of money out.
So you're saying, I'm going to take some money out of your budget. I'm going to cut your budget in the general fund lower.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that you think you need that you can't buy now with your general fund, you got to try to make it work with your fast funds.
I'm not telling them that. I'm just saying, is that something that they could potentially do as long as it's in the legalities of what that money can be spent on?
If that money is there every year, you may be able to. Like I said, it depends on what it is you are trying to ask them to pay for out of that.
I'm not asking them to pay for anything. I'm trying to help my colleague free up some funding.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying if this is freed up, we turn the blind eye. We're not telling them to spend it on anything. If they choose to spend it on this project, if it's allowed by the federal government, that's something that they could do potentially.
So I would want to be careful to say, I think that when you were conversing over there, they may have said that you're not allowed to use it for existing operating cost or existing expenses. That's what I'm not sure about. I'm not an expert on what those funds can be used for. If that's the case and you have to buy certain additional items on top of what you would normally do in your operating budget, then you might have an issue with what you're proposing.
Ms. McCoy?
There are also two different asset forfeitures with two different sets of rules. There's state asset forfeiture and there's federal asset forfeiture. Each of them have different rules on what you can use the money for. But I know about this very specifically, so does the chief, because we did a very extensive audit in which BPD had to pay back $800,000 for doing exactly what you're suggesting. They look at it tantamount to supplanting funds, and we cannot do that.
So if we just take the funding, then you'll just fix the room next year?
If we just take it, no, we wouldn't fix the room if we. And I understand, that the money is there, but the federal government is extremely specific about.
And that's fine. I don't want to have it dictated on what you can spend it on. And I really, whatever under the sun that is legally you're able to spend it on, I would hope that you would use it for that. My thing is that I don't want to put you in a bind with this. And so I'm saying, are there certain things that you could potentially use that funding for that would help the department so that we're not putting you in a complete bind by stripping away the 74 plus the 33, 107,000.
The way that they have the asset forfeiture structure, it has to be for, again, a law enforcement purpose. So if we say, we have a big initiative that, we're going to do, something that is not already in the budget that we're going to plan, then we can use those funds to plan that out. But I can't know that because I don't know, if we're going to have a big initiative. That's why you keep seeing that money in that fund, that it never goes to zero, because it has to be for a specific law enforcement purpose. And if you do take the money, again, I have to reiterate that we try to manage by risk. Is there a fair risk that we could mess up some evidence? Yes, there's a fair risk. What we are trying to do is lower that to either, least likely or rare that we would lose items in the evidence room. Right now it's at fair, and that's too high. We need to lower that.
If I may add, Alderman Gay, I understand your point, but let's say for 22, they know how much they're getting in the FAST fund. They already have that amount allocated for what they want to do in 22. So in order for them to run operations, they can't use that money if we're going to cut from it, right?
If we could use it, Alderman, I'd have took that money a long time ago. and got some things that we really need.
And I
If the finance department could then, so what I would like to see next meeting is a list over the course of the last 5 years of what forfeit, asset, and seizure funds have been used for, and then a list of what the department, both in state and federal, can use it for, so we can have a more specific example as a council. That'd be great.
Okay, so, and I wanted to add the things that she was describing, those are that they would use that for one time. I think a lot of this stuff, you would spend those funds on are one-time expenses. And you're saying, I'm going to use these one-time expenses and and you can use them for other things that you would normally get in your operating budget, but then you're using them for a position in another department that's a continuing recurring expense. So at some point in time, you may not have that same funding to use on the next year's expenses. I think we talked about that on the phone the other day.
Yes, we did, and I'm understanding it. I'm just trying to get a better understanding of what can be used and what can't. Thanks.
So about a half hour ago, someone called for a time check. I would call for a time check, but also a schedule check. We have 4 more to get through. Some of them are recurring themes, some of them are new. The next one is a biggie in terms, if I'm right, on 17 is it has to do with transit. And Dr. Dua has been here for the whole meeting, and this would be his time to shine. But if we don't finish tonight, I have a question: when would we find the time to finish? And so if we want to drive through the remaining, can we just try to be expeditious? Yeah. All right. So Amendment 16 took a lot more time than I thought it would. I was going to brag to the mayor that I flew through a lot of them, and he didn't with his time here, but Amendment 16 ruined it. Amendment 17.
Yes, Amendment 17 is from Alderwoman Tierney, and it's proposing $100,000 of the reserve for one-time uses to fund a free ridership program as a pilot initiative in the transportation fund.
Alderwoman Tierney.
Okay, this has been discussed with the Transportation Board and some of our transportation advocates. Our bus ridership is not very good. And what this has been done in other cities, actually for different reasons. Recently, a lot of cities have reduced their fare or waived their bus fare during COVID, so essential workers could get to work, and it's been very successful. You know, if it's free, people use it. The objective here is to increase our ridership, and this is offering a 90-day pilot. We're basically giving up, we're just giving up that revenue that we get, which is not unfortunately very significant, to expose our bus services to, it would be a marketing effort from the mayor's office. I don't know if 90 days is enough. That's the objective of this. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's an investment, but I think the long-term effect is just to improve our bus ridership. It's pretty, you've seen it. I mean, the buses are not utilized. They're not utilized. So that brings me back to the idea of, merging lines with the county, or something. But this was just sort of a Hail Mary effort to get people to ride our buses for 90 days. For 90 days. And I don't think Kwaku likes it.
So I guess my immediate reaction is we're just coming off of COVID. We don't know what our ridership is going to rebound to, but quite frankly, I think you said the right thing. Our ridership has never been particularly good. Our fare box doesn't come close to meeting the federally required standard of meeting 35% of the costs. And this strikes me a lot like trying to fix a horse and buggy when we really, and I think Alderman Savage asked this of Dr. Dua when we were doing the meetings with the departments, feels to me like we need to be thinking about a whole new kind of transit, like transit on demand, or regional transit with the county, or broader still. So I guess I have some real questions about why we would want to do this instead of revamping transit more generally into a regional transit system, but also do it right now when we don't know how we're going to recover as people go back to work, and maybe they will take the bus. So
Yeah.
it just feels like an inopportune time, but I will throw it open to other colleagues, or you can respond.
Well, I just wanted to say that I think the timing is critical because people aren't going back to work. And then by offering this free ridership, it might get people to, to leave and get on a bus and go to work. That is one of the objectives too on the
find that
timing.
a little logically inconsistent. They're not
It's
going
working in
back to
DC,
work.
though. I have evidence that is working with the free ridership that's offered right now in Boston and in Washington DC. They have free bus services, and people are going back to the workforce. Just one little,
Because of they're
perk.
going back to work because of a free bus ride?
It's
Instead of working from
I
home?
wouldn't say that's the one and only reason, but it is an incentive.
Well, are there other, Alderman Savage?
Yeah, I'm kind of undecided on this. I have had a constituent, I guess bring this idea up as well. But I'm wary of again, doing this during, as Alderman Arnett said, during this time when we're in recovery. I don't know. Unless there's really a big need to, unless the fares really are a barrier right now for a segment of the population, and that's why they don't ride them. But I guess I'd have to hear more about if that is really one of the reasons for the low ridership or not, or if I just want to establish the clear need at this time.
I think if anybody can pull this off, it's Mayor Buckley, that the buses are cool to ride. That's my objective here. Buses are here. I mean, they are cool to ride everywhere else. I just don't get why our ridership is so bad here. It's not cool to take a bus. I don't know. But, so it's really a PR effort for 3 months. And just
and I
ridership, bus ridership.
And I think a good time to do that, I think, would be when we get a new director on board.
That's a good point. Yeah,
and
that's a
then,
good point.
because as Alderman said, I think we want to look to, and as Alderman Gay said too, we want to look towards, I think, transitioning to a new transit model, and including EV electric vehicles. And I think that would be a good time to really launch a whole campaign. Because if we do a campaign now and then we do end up shifting, we'll have to do a brand new campaign about the new vehicles and new finance model. I don't know. I like the idea, but I'm just not sure the timing's there right now this year.
It's a good point about the director.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Then let's move
Ross?
on to the next
Alderman
amendment.
Arnett?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I
Have
keep
to
forgetting
look
to
up.
look up.
Timing is everything. I'd like for us to hear from Dr. Dua. I understand he's in the audience. He's our expert on transportation and planning. So could we hear from him?
He is coming to the microphone.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay.
Hello. Can you tell us what you think about this amendment, Dr. Dura?
We are not opposed to it, but there are some other challenges that needs to be considered. First of all, we have no way to determine the long-term impact on ridership. There is some relationship between ridership and fares. Generally, our fares, if you want to ride all day, it's $4 a day. In addition, we also do have reduced fare programs for those who demonstrate a need. For instance, those who are on Medicare card, they get 50% off. So that is one thing. There are also some agreements with some other agencies that they pay for their employees who ride the bus. So whilst we do get this money, if it's going to be a free ride, it means that we cannot actually charge them, so that will be a lost revenue. If you are looking at increasing ridership price, we may want to look at the frequency of the service.
Dr. Dua, is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay, we're having a hard time getting it.
Okay.
Is it closer?
One way to look at the increase in the ridership is the quality of the service. Currently, we run every 30 minutes, whether it's during the peak period or off-peak period. So if you want to encourage people to see the public transportation as a viable alternative to driving, you may want to reduce the wait time from 30 minutes, especially during the peak period, to say 10 or 15 minutes, so that people will know that every 10 minutes or every 15 minutes, the bus will be there to pick them up from a stop to their destination. So we may want to look at the other options first. My concern is that in terms of the impact in the long run, there is no way we could measure it. There has been a reduction in ridership, particularly after the service changes in 2014. I do recall that many people were here literally begging council not to reduce service and or increase fares. And council did approve to cut service. And since that time, we have seen reduction in ridership, but it has stabilized for some time now, where on the average before the pandemic, we are looking at 460,000, 500,000 ridership every year, which is comparable to other smaller transit agencies around the country or in the state. So whilst we do not oppose free ridership, if it's going to be free, I would like to see it to be on a long-term basis in order to establish a kind of a pattern where people will see that, okay, the transportation system is there to support everything that we would like to do. So that is one thing you may want to consider. Alderman Annette did mention 35% fare bus recovery ratio. I have heard it several times in these chambers. Actually, the requirement is about 20%. I believe somebody else might have mentioned that here, but every quarter when we do send our report, there is a fixed table where basically based upon the number that you put in, it calculates your fare box ratio for both the fixed route and then the ADA service. It's not 35%. It's between, for the fixed route, between 15 and 20% of the fare box ratio. And currently, we are within that range. So it's not as bad as it looks. That's all that I would like to say for now. But I would like people to be aware that there is a reduced fare program for those who can demonstrate a need. There are also other suggestions that you may want to look at. First of all, are we looking at the general population, those who can afford and those who cannot afford? So if you are going to target those who would like to work but they cannot afford to pay for the fare, other agencies have programs where the agencies actually will get money from other sources. They will buy the bus passes either weekly or daily in bulk, and then they give it to their clients. And that works very well. In that case, whilst for the client is free, we still get the money. So we may want to explore other options out there to see which one best fits the free fare, so to speak, and also which one will have a very long-term impact on ridership.
Thank you, Dr. Dua. And you reminded me of something I already know, and that is that we made significant changes to ridership, to the service that we were providing. We reduced the, we increased the wait time, and we increased the drop-offs. For example, going to the college, we went from 1 hour wait to 2 hour wait. So we've made some significant changes that impact riders. So I think you're absolutely right. We need to not only look at the pandemic and the impact that that has had, but also on decisions that we as the policymakers have made that impact transit. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other comments from or questions from colleagues? Thank you, Dr. Dua.
Thank you.
I think we're ready to move on to amendment number 18.
Amendment number 18 is for Alderwoman Tierney, and this converts the Assistant Chief of Historic Preservation from contract to civil service using funds from APD. Here they go. Well, we touched on this a little bit in our last conversation.
Yeah, I think, well, here's the situation. We have a vacancy right now. Our Chief of Historic Preservation left. And she left most likely because she probably worked 80-hour weeks, taking work home. She wouldn't say that herself. She doesn't know I'm saying that about her, but she worked tirelessly. One person to review all of the applications that come in for anything to be done in any dwelling in the historic district. That's a substantial inventory of housing that needs repair. They can't rebuild. They have to replace in kind. The HPC rules are pretty strict. Anything you do with the exterior or the roof, you have to replace in kind. You have to go through a process. The HPC has done a great job of making a lot of these permits administrative versus a public hearing to expedite. But we want people to live in the historic district. We want them to fix their houses, and we don't want them to get hung up on a permit that's going to take, a long time. I can't really say how many weeks, but so right now, and Roberta left. And so we have that position, and we have a part-time position to help her right now. And I'm asking for that position to be a civil service because it just can't continue like that. And again, the objective is we can't dismiss the fact of this inventory of housing that we have. People come to Annapolis to walk those streets to see the scale and the uniqueness of this housing. That has to be kept up. And it's getting worse because the houses are getting older and older and older. So this is a position that probably should have been filled 5 years ago. And I am desperately trying to find money for it. Wrong place, sorry. But again, in looking at my pie chart, I'm looking for big buckets of money somewhere. So I'll work again. Dr. Nash isn't asking for this. I am. I see it. I see the frustration in my residents. They want to sell their houses because they can't. Can't wait for permits. It's not. It's just there's a manpower issue here. So yeah. I just have to find the money. Sorry.
I think we know the response, but...
we know the response.
So, Alderman Savage.
Yeah, thank you. My usual statement about conversions, although thank you, Alderman, for giving at least the context in terms of why you think this needs to be a full-time civil service position. Do you know how long it's been a contractual position?
Gosh, at least 5 years. Yeah, I was going to say 8, but 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
And so right now we have the chief of historic preservation. There's a contractual assistant, and then there's an administrative assistant too, right?
Yeah, I mean, but Dr. Nash can explain, but basically, but the chief of historic preservation does the the staff reports and reviews the applications. She needs right now the acting assistant. He does field goes out in the field, if you will, and looks at the houses and works with the clients. How can you possibly that's a lot of work. You can elaborate on that.
That's right. You got it.
Yeah. I mean, it's an impossible position for obviously for one person. I mean, it's definitely divide and conquer because you have somebody handling, the staff reports and everything else and administratively and all that. And then you have somebody that has to work these applicants through. They're new to the historic district. They don't know what's involved. And there's a lot of time sensitive. It's a lot of touch and feel. I mean, it's time consuming. But again, it's the demand is more and more because this housing inventory is here to stay. And as alderman of Ward 1, I have to tell you that it's not just this little patchwork of property with elite people living in them. This is a historic inventory that is very critical to the identity of Annapolis, and we can't lose it. Yes. And it might expand if my colleague has her wishes. We might have some historic district in parole, so that's exciting, possibly.
So I mean, one reason I'm asking,
Dr. Nash.
Oh yeah, did you have something?
Oh no, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Thank you.
So one reason I'm bringing it up is because we've heard from some of the other departments that they need more space, and there is a trend over time of some of these offices and departments just growing and growing. And so, same thing I said to the police department, I say to you in terms of their wants and needs, like, do we really need this new position to be a full-time civil servant? I don't know. I mean, now that they have 3 staff, I guess this isn't a new staff person, it's just a conversion. So that's one thing. But I guess my one question for the police would be, so this proposes to take $33,000 of salaries. What's the impact of that? Is that just like the turnover money, or would that prevent you from funding a certain position? Like or maybe that's to the sponsor, but where exactly does that money come from? How's it impacting you? Okay.
Where they were proposing to pull it from in the budget. The money for the...
It says salaries and benefits, police. It moves $33,500 salaries and benefits from the police department to planning and zoning for this position that we're speaking about. And so that we'd have to increase the turnover allowance that we've charged to the police department to compensate for this. This wasn't a particular position or anything. It was just increase their turnover and take it from their salary and benefits budget.
So that wouldn't have any impact on existing positions or open but unfunded but not filled positions?
It would just mean that they'd have to hold what vacancies they have open a little longer in order to make the turnover that we have budgeted in there. The turnover.
Yeah. Okay. So they'd probably have to keep
something vacant
at least one position, because it's not much money. It's maybe a portion of a position, but so you're saying they would probably have to keep potentially one additional position.
Or one that they're trying to fill, keep it open longer to create more turnover.
Oh, I see. So they just keep it. They just kind of not wait until maybe half a year to fill it, and then essentially they would. Okay, well, that's not too bad then. So yeah, they'd still be able to fill it, just maybe not as soon as they would want.
I have to ask a question. If this is ongoing and this position is going to be permanent, then, we would continuously be, losing that money. And again, we are looking for staffing as well. We talked about needing an IT person. We talked about needing trying to find fringe, and we've been through this as well. To try to find our fringe costs for our forensic supervisor. It's just hard. But we can't lose the $33,000 in fringe because we need it for our positions. And I don't know what to say other than. Again, I know I sound like a broken record. For everything that we want, we have been very aggressive to apply for grants. That is our only recourse. But for everything that we need, it is lined out in that budget.
Yeah, maybe that's one way to fund this position would be grant. There should be grant money out, maybe from Historic Annapolis. Give a grant money for this.
If I could also add, we already have $717,000 in vacancies that we need to keep for FY22. So this would be an addition to that we already have.
Alderman Gay, and then I'd like to get a word in.
Yeah. I need a new mic cover. I don't know. This got asbestos dripping on my.
No.
Two things. My first, obviously, I'm trying to help my colleague find another way to get some money. Because I went through this whole budget book this whole entire week. I mean, from the front to the back. If you look on page 71, under 70, under the general fund budget summary, under contract and services, I talked about this with you guys the other day. There are two things. One says special programs. One says programs and activities. I actually called planning and zoning and nobody answered, by the way. And what they use that money for is it's like tree. They got some tree money in there on the side. Just little things. You could take some of that, Ellie, to page 70, but you need to use OpenGov to be able to pull down the Dropbox to get the under contractual services. It's $196,000. You could use some of that money. It's tree cutting. It's what was the other examples that were in that within that $196,000?
It goes to trees, it goes to grass cutting, it goes to economic development, it goes to the consultants we have for HPC. So I think that would be kind of cutting off our nose to spite our face.
Okay, so don't take the $17,000 from there. Take it from the trees or the grass.
We have Downtown Annapolis Partnership.
$50,000.
And 20 for flowers. So, if I have my druthers, I need those things in my budget. This position I can live with part-time, but I need those in my budget.
You need grass to be...
We have to cut people's grass when they don't cut their grass. And then we put a lien on the property, but guess what? We don't always get paid back.
I would help you find that. I mean... Take the money from the police department, who is clearly sitting here begging for every dollar they can, which I don't blame them. I know it's important. And I mean, every department is tight right now. So you got to look at priority.
Well,
a position that would help public safety, grass and trees. You know?
Yeah.
You also have residents who are complaining because of the cost to take down a tree in their backyard and stuff. So, it's a lot of priorities and issues. I think that you could find the money there. It's $33,000 that you're trying to get out of $196,700.
Turn your mic on, please.
Let me do my speech again. What I want to reiterate with this amendment and the previous amendment is that I'm addressing positions, people that are already putting in the full-time hours. So it isn't like, oh, we're taking somebody part-time and we're adding hours to them. They're already committed full-time, and they do what they have to do to get the job done, and all through COVID. So I'm just trying to find money to just piece it together somehow. It's really unfortunate.
So Historic Annapolis supplemented?
Because
no, that's a different organization.
I want to ask Dr. Nash.
HA is different. Yeah.
Dr. Nash, this seems to me to be the perfect time to use one-time only money rather than hitting on police again. If you could replace Roberta temporarily with contract money. I mean, could we quickly get out and fill that vacancy? I know Annapolis is pretty unique. It's close to unique, but is there help we could draw in from the county planning and zoning? I mean, it seems to me like the vacancy is your immediate need. I actually have a concern about this because aside from taking money from police, you're really converting a part-time job to a full-time job, but you're not addressing the vacancy, which seems to me to be the much more critical issue. So I guess I'm looking for some alternatives that can draw in resources and use one-time only. If there was ever an example of one-time only money to tide us over until we can fill that position again? It would seem to me like this might be one of those, but is that realistic? I mean, could you even do it quickly?
Well, if I understand correctly, so Roberta hasn't actually left yet. She doesn't retire till July 9th. So she gave me a lot of notice. I've advertised the position. I have interviews set up next week. I will have that position filled by July 9th. So is my goal. So that we don't have to worry about the vacancy. So it is back to this other position that, and the question of where the money comes from.
Yeah.
But to me, the other programs that we already have and are already running need to stay funded. I can't pull money from
No,
there, or I would have.
Yeah, that's spiting your nose to whatever that expression is, yeah. No, we don't want to do that.
My sense is I'm not in favor of taking this from police.
Yep, you made that.
I am still in the same quandary with all of these conversions and increases in staff at this time when we still haven't figured out whether we're recovered from COVID and how we're going to be faring, and bringing on more and more people at a time when we may be needing to cut people, depending upon how we turn out for the negotiations for fiscal 23, just doesn't make sense to me. So again, I find myself having problems with this on both sides of the ledger. I couldn't support an amendment taking the money from police, and I really do. And I agree with you, Dr. Nash, taking it out of all those other programs, it's not like they were just sitting there doing nothing. They're requirements. You don't have a choice when you have to go in and take care of the lawn or the tree that somebody else didn't do. So are there any final comments before we adjourn, before we get to Amendment 19? No. Are there any final comments on Amendment 18? All right. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Nash. We move on to Amendment 19.
Amendment 19 is from Alderwoman Finlayson, and it converts the Office of Community Services Administrative Assistant from part-time to full-time.
Okay. Alderwoman Finlayson.
Thank you. And hopefully this will be quick. Last year, this council had the wisdom to hire our first social worker. We had talked at length about the significance of having someone to help us address those social ills that are impacting the city, and particularly as it relates to the police department. In the course of the last year, I think we all have recognized that that position has been, or that person has been totally, and she won't say this, but it's a big job for one person. And she's everywhere trying to service everyone and their needs. And those of you who went to the opening of our 2 new resource centers learned that she is responsible for those also. And so the mayor put in his budget a part-time assistant to our social worker. So this amendment is adding another part-time to make the assistant a full position. I followed the rules, and this costed, I think it's $25,000. I was able to go to the department and find out who would be willing to assist in funding this position. And thank you, Chief, staff, Ms. McCoy, all of you, for coming up with the additional $25,000 to make this a full-time position.
Okay.
This will also help the police department because, you know, as we've talked about this and as we talked about it in the past, the social worker helped with social services with the police also. So I kind of think it was an easy fit for them. So I would ask you to support this, this amendment. It is being, total cost of it is being covered by the police department.
So let me understand, are you saying that this money also would come out of the police budget?
Yes. However, I went to the police department and asked if they were willing to do this and if they could find the funds to cover this. And they said yes. He said yes. I did not go out, look at the low-hanging fruit. I did not go out and impose my will. I asked the department who had value, who felt there was value in creating this position. And the police department stepped up. So, yes.
So we have before us legislation to create the Office of Social Services reporting to the city manager. We hired the current person not so much as a social worker, but as a social worker who could help us determine the needs of that department. And as you say, she's really being drawn from one place to another. I also saw her at the resource centers. I do have some concerns about the resource centers really being fully open and staffed, but I don't see that as how we can have our one and only full-time social worker doing that, and also creating the office and helping us figure out what we need to ultimately have this as a full service. Again, I resist taking this money from police. I don't know where we find it in this instance, because I don't think it is one-time only money. Yes.
No.
Well,
I need to clarify this. There's no cost here because we had enough additional funding from what we had planned for the social worker position. We hired that position at a lower level than what we had budgeted for.
Thank God.
So I'm sorry. It's not coming from police. We had enough funding from the other position that was slotted for that position, and to make this one a full-time contractual position. So there's not going to be benefits coming with this beyond what we have to provide for a contractual position. There's not going to be pension. So we were able to fund it with what we had in community services for FY22, not take money from police. And I don't know if there were talks about doing that before, but that is not what we ended up doing here.
Well, that was the last message I got. So thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Thank you, Mr. Darrell, for taking care of that. And thank you, Ms. Farrell.
So that leaves us with the other side of the equation, and I see Alderman Savage and Gay have their hands up. But again, this is adding staff at this time. If there were anyone that I would be swayed to do, this would be the one. But let me hear from Alderman Savage and Alderman Gay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, because I certainly see the value in this position. So I guess this is just being administrative staff for the other position that's getting proposed to be converted. But again, to your point, I'm just not sure this is the right time. It's not the right time to be adding these positions until we really know what the outlook is going to be for next year. I also kind of would like to know more. Can you explain more of the money? So the other position, so it was high, but more money was budgeted for it. It was hired at a lower amount. So that's the savings that you're using to pay for this.
So when we have a vacancy, when we try to budget for it, we put it in at mid-level on the grade because we don't know where they're going to hire in that grade. This one was one where it was a lower on the scale than we had budgeted, so there was enough of a delta there. This is And because this is an administrative position and the hourly rate is lower, it doesn't take as much to move it from a part-time to a full-time. So we can use that excess from the other position to fund this as full-time. You follow? I can do the calculation for you and show you what we had budgeted for the other position, what it turned up to be actual. And also there's also a factor of health benefits. We budget for the top level of health benefits because we don't know what people are going to choose. If they choose something that's a little less expensive, they don't have family coverage, et cetera, it's less. So we have some savings there sometimes too. So the total amount that we had budgeted for the social worker position, the actual expenses are lower than that. And we had a savings there, enough to make this other position full-time.
Okay, so goes to the conservative budgeting that I've heard mentioned before.
For vacancies,
Yeah.
we have to make
Yeah,
sure we
I
have enough
understand. You
in
have to make
there.
sure, yeah.
Because if they come in and they choose something that we don't have money for, then we'll have to find it somewhere.
So does that factor in any potential pay increase for the other position where you're taking the money from?
So
Presumably
the pay that is in the budget would accommodate where these individuals are at on July 1 and any increases that they are planned to get, that they are slotted to get during the year.
Okay. Yeah, but the larger point I'm still concerned about is, again, just the increase. Ideally, I think it's good that we found the money to pay for it, but ideally, I feel like we should almost defund one position to fund another, so we have a known end increase in staff, at least while we are dealing with this structural deficit. It just seems like we just keep adding on, because again, if you look at the entire budget, how many new converted civil servants positions are we going to have, and how many new positions? It just seems like we're adding a lot. And I almost wish we could do this a little more objectively with some of these conversions. It's, because some of these positions have been contractual for probably 5 years or more. I know at some point the council talked about having that after 5 years, you have to go back and review the position to see if it needs to get converted. But this position's only been contractual for, a year, if that. So why is this getting prioritized over these other positions that have been contractual for much longer? It just seems like is there some objective process that HR uses to look at this? Because I know when the council looks at these things, it's going to be kind of just political and whatever's, up to us, but it seems like it's just not fair to somebody when we do it this way.
Before I go to Alderman Gay, City Manager Gerald.
Yeah, just by way of clarification, this one is just going from part-time to full-time. It's not going to go civil service. But there was legislation that passed with the 5-year rule, so that's in the code now. So after 5 years, they either need to be cut loose or converted over.
Alderman Gay?
This is different. It's different because, unlike what my colleague from Ward 1 was proposing, where you were taking, and don't worry, I'm still going to help you get that money, where you were taking police money to fund something that had nothing to do with police as it related to the historic district, you're taking this money to help and assist the police department in what we've been pushing on this council for 2 years with program management, organizing of nonprofits, and assistance within the community center, which I think we need very, very much so. As my colleague mentioned, is empty right now, and we want to fill it up. We want people to be there every single day requesting and getting services provided for them. And so this is different. It's definitely needed. I want to hop on as a co-sponsor. Maybe we wait a year to make them, civil with the with benefits and all that. Maybe they start out as contractual, a year, but I think it has to be done. And so, yeah, please let me know how I can help you with this, Ellie.
I agree with you, Alderman Gay. This one is.
I'm sorry, Sheila.
and we do have to
I know we look alike.
consistently. if we are thinking about the more global approach, not just moving from arrest to assist, but really assisting and really providing services, this is the way we have to go. And so I agree with you. Other Alderwoman Finlayson, did you have a comment?
Well, my last comment is I hope that we were sincere in our commitment to addressing social issues in our community. As you just said, not just arrest, but in assisting. And this is one step closer to fulfilling that objective. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And now we turn to some changes to Resolution 14-21. And finally, we're going to put Assistant City Attorney to work because I think there's some legal problems with this amendment. But let Director Dickinson introduce it, please.
Yes, so Alderwoman Tierney asked that some of the fines that are cited in the fine schedule be changed. And as far as the legal questions, I'll leave that up to our attorney.
Alderwoman Tierney?
Yeah, I actually have a legal question about this too. I know with fees, well, let me explain what this is. In my objective here, and I will be honest, it was more punitive than evaluating what the actual cost of responding to such a thing is. I mean, and I know with fees, they have to represent the actual cost of processing whatever we're processing, but fines, I thought took on a different meaning, and I wanted it to actually be punitive in this case, along with covering the cost. So the first one was, it's cut off here. What was it?
Before you go into them one by one, I'd like
there's
to
just 5 of them.
ask City Attorney Leonard, I don't believe we can charge more than $1,000 by state law.
So Assistant City Attorney Ashley Leonard. So I only got this question this afternoon, so I've only done limited research on it. But there are a number of state law provisions that limit different categories, whether you categorize it as a misdemeanor or a municipal infraction. There's also restrictions on alcoholic beverage fines. Most of those, from my brief review, have been capped at $1,000. I don't know if there are exceptions, if we call it a civil fine or categorize it as something else. I haven't been able to get that deep. But there does seem to be a general prohibition at the state law level that municipalities are kind of limited at a $1,000 maximum for fines. So, but like I said, there may be some exceptions, but I've only had a couple hours at best to look at this at this point.
So that was discharging firearms, I think. So
yeah. So yeah. I think most of yours are okay, but this discharging firearms could be a problem because I'm pretty sure they would consider that a misdemeanor.
Yeah, and so this was the seriousness of this stuff too. I mean, selling to a minor was 200 I raised. I mean, 100 I raised.
Let me just, in the interest of time and bladders, are there any questions on any of these other than the potential limit to the size of the fines?
Okay, I just want to explain my reasoning.
Well, I know, but I think we get it.
Self-explanatory.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I don't know what document you're looking at. Is this something that you received new today, or what is it?
Yeah, it should have been with your email package. It's titled R14-21 Amendments to the Fine Schedule. And it has the code reference on the left-hand side, and then the changes in the fines in the middle of the page.
Alderwoman Finlayson, this was in one of the attachments to that the first email. It says amendment number 1, but it's amendment number 1 for R1421.
So unfortunately, all the department heads left before we had an opportunity to thank them for enduring with this. And pardon? Yeah, I think they are thankful to be leaving, but I think we're grateful to them for being here. And we're also grateful to city manager and finance director. I know I was a little grouchy earlier today, but I have to say, we're not done yet, but I think this has been a fabulously successful exercise. And I do appreciate the level of effort that went into this, and I think it's worked out very well. I hope everybody else does, and I hope the department heads do. But again, David, if you could relate to them our thanks for enduring through all of this. They did have some skin in the game, so there was a reason for them to be here, but still they sat through what is now a 4-hour plus exercise, and we appreciate that. So if we can return, Sheila, did you find the information? Oh, good.
Yeah, I found it.
All right. So Alderwoman Tierney, please tell us the motivation, although I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah, I think it's just to elevate these incidents, and I thought, you know, the fines were respectively low. Will it change anything? I don't know, but I would hope perhaps maybe. So yeah, the key issues were selling to a minor, false alarms. When there's a false alarm, I don't know if you've seen it, but there's at least like 8 trucks that show up, to address a false alarm. Fair housing violation. I mean, there's no excuse for that, so I raised the fine. Discharging a firearm, if that's legal, to exceed 1,000. And then a dangerous structural conditions is a sense of urgency, and I thought the fine should reflect that as well. So.
Are there questions from colleagues or observations? I think for me, once we get the legal question about the size, I'm certainly going to support this. So,
by next week at latest.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, I have a question. Sorry.
Certainly, Alderwoman Finlayson.
Is Dr. Nash still in the room?
They fled.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So I'll ask that question when we come back to this list.
I think that includes our business, deserted us early. So we don't have anybody to move that we adjourn. I'll have to accept that from somebody else.
I'll move we adjourn.
That's easy.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. And again, Director Dickinson, Katie, thank you. You came through in spades, and I'm sorry I was impatient.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.